This is it. We are live. Thursday night live stream. Got a great panel. Tonight is the truth about dating in clown world in 2021. That's the topic of tonight's show. Welcome, everybody. We've got some people in the chat. Jared Mesa, how you doing? Matt M. K Duelist, I don't know. He put a comment a while ago. I don't even know what that means. Big Ups, Liquid Richard. Maybe that's a knock. I have no idea. But anyways, awesome panel tonight of experts. Our expert panel, Chris Gonzo Warren, Marty Nutshots, the Dream, Anthony Dream Johnson, the president of the Manosphere, and Primal Man Gene. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well.
Good.
Amazing.
Awesome. Glad everybody's here. So I think we're going to travel down some rabbit holes. I think what tonight with this topic, I think what we're really going to do is talk about basically dating philosophies. And I think that's kind of the subject tonight. We know that we are officially living in clown world. Everybody knows that. So does that make dating harder? Does it make it easier? There's all sorts of things that are affecting dating, we'll say in the past maybe 10, 15, 20 years. I think one of the biggest things, and I'm sure everybody will agree, is social media. Validation on social media, I think, is a big issue that we have, especially for women. And I think men are validated also on social media. So I think it's kind of a two-way street there. Actually, one way I think goes a little bit harder than the other way. But anyways, Gonzo, how can everybody find you real quick?
Oh yeah, you can find me on Instagram at midnight.author. You can check out the Lurking Press on there. But yeah, Instagram is going to be the place. And then on YouTube at Gonzo School. That's where all the videos go. And then, of course, there's always Gab as a backup. So that's Midnight Author on Gab.
Excellent. Marty?
Oh, just Nutshots on YouTube and Nutshots on Instagram. Thank you for following. It's growing. Shocked.
That's a great name. That's a great name, man. I'm not surprised. I just want to follow it because of the name.
But Marty, tell everybody what you do real quick.
So I'm not a dating expert, but I'm new to the dating world. I was blue-pilled after my divorce, and I became red-pilled, and I started getting effective, and I decided with my friend, we saw a very famous guy. He did a very detailed experience of his dating. He had 500 matches, 100 dates on dating apps, and me and my friend Melanie decided we're going to go do this, and we're going to use statistics. And it grew into something bigger than I thought, and I went on numerous dates, chatted with numerous women, and I detailed everything. And I found consistencies, and it just shows how... Can I curse on this webcast? Yeah.
Of course you can. What
a shithole dating apps are. And, you know, as we hold women accountable, and my page wants to show that a lot of times these women are misbehaving because men allow it. And I'm just showing the statistics of just how terrible it is out there for men, yet they're getting so much attention. These women that should not be touched with a 10-foot pole are getting all this attention. They're misbehaving. They're a 90% late ratio on dates, and guys are tolerating it because they're allowing it. And when a woman is in a position to lead, it's because a guy has failed in that situation. And men need to start stepping up. And I like to use statistics. I will never tell a guy what to do on a date unless I can back it up with data. Because I'm not an expert. I'm probably going to make more mistakes in my life. And once I make a mistake, I'm going to post it on YouTube and show the statistics of my mistakes.
But you are an expert, actually, because you're doing actual data. I mean, this is what an expert is. I mean, you're doing data. You're doing the research. And I think
researcher, right?
Yeah, it's research. It's valuable to men and to women. So yes, you are an expert.
I mean, hang on.
You know what it is? I'm afraid to be called myself an expert because these dating guys, these dating app guys that give you advice, these dating coaches, they're just lying assholes. I'm sorry if someone's offended, but they're full of sheesh. And we had Steve from accounting on last week, who then went on to another channel, and he blew up just exposing what kind of crap this is. And these dating coaches are just full of crap.
Okay.
And it's easy out there.
Not all, but most. Now we're gonna be having Pat Stedman on, who I think actually is a class act, and I'm gonna vouch for him. But I also, how do I put this? I did a lot of interviews and conversations with dating coaches on this channel, dating and lifestyle coaches. So everybody has a philosophy, but do I think there are some bad apples? Yeah, I do. I think that men are. I think what they're falling for is, oh, by the way, I'm dropping a course tonight. If anybody didn't see this on Saturday night's link, by the way, this is a troll. Okay. So this is kind of in reference to what Marty was talking about. I think what happens is guys are kind of sucked into purchasing these courses that they don't need. Do I think a dating coach and a relationship coach sometimes is necessary? Yeah, I do. I think this guy Dippin could benefit from somebody like Pat Stedman, to be honest.
I'm not saying all are, but when you have a huge majority, when you go on YouTube and they're just giving you the worst advice, you have to say all, and there are the unicorns. Pat could be a unicorn, and the difference is when I've seen Pat on, his intentions actually seem noble. Like he actually wants to help men more than he's worried about his pocket. And that's the difference. I get guys text me all the time. What do I do with women? I'm not an expert. I just say, be yourself, but be a man. Don't ever do anything you're ashamed to do. That's the first thing before I can give you any other advice is don't do anything that you're ashamed to do. Like be yourself. Don't agree because you want to impress her. The tail's going to follow when you follow your path, not her path. And that's the only advice I can give that I'm confident in, except for my statistics. Then I have these videos where, coffee over, blowing money on a date. Because why spend money on someone you're just going to hate? Sorry, I'm going on a tangent right now.
You guys been on a lot of Tinder dates.
That's okay. I want to say thank you to John Boston he was the first one that actually pre-ordered all 10 volumes. Yeah. So he was the first one. And he paid $25 for the overnight delivery. Yeah.
So I want to.
But let's, anyways, that's a little joke. That's an inside joke. Everybody knows what's going on there. So anyways, real quick, man, how can everybody find you?
Hey, you can find me at Primal Man, just like it says on my screen on YouTube. Primal Man on YouTube. That's me. We do Monday Night Man Hour. We just had George Bruno this past Monday night. It was a pretty insightful, nice, enjoyable show. Also on Instagram, follow me at Mantidote, like antidote, MAN_Tadote, TIDOTE. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And the man who needs no introduction, Anthony Dream Johnson, the president of the Manosphere. Anthony, how can everybody find your channel? I'm sure you brought a lot of people here. So just for anybody.
Well, thanks for having me on, first of all, Tony. Second, as far as how to find me, go on YouTube, just type 21 Studios or 21 Convention. You can also just type youtube.com/21, pulls the channel right up. We're almost at 300,000 subscribers. I'd appreciate it if you subscribe. Also, you mentioned the presidency. So quick announcement I'll make exclusive on your show.
Oh,
Tomorrow, the State of the Manosphere is dropping. So it's coming out, huge speech, big deal. I was waiting for Biden to, Chairman Fuhrer Biden to drop his State of the Union. All the governors are doing it and stuff. But Biden just seems to be such a lame piece of shit. No one even knows, if he's going to do it, when he's going to do it. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to put it out. So we actually got done editing it today, an updated version of it, a couple corrections we had to make to it. And that'll be live tomorrow, probably around noon on 21 Studios. Big deal. So I appreciate if you guys tune in, watch that, hit the like button, leave a comment, and so on. It's about 65-minute speech, something like that.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since we had a State of the Manosphere address. So,
yeah. I also wanted to make one more comment here, though. Hang on Nutshots. Man, I really like what this guy's saying. The number of fraudulent dating coaches in the Manosphere. Well, first of all, Anthony Johnson, know more dating coaches than probably anyone in the world. That's been the case for a long time. And I can verify from real life experience, the connections I have and the relationships for 15 years now in the Manosphere, that what he's saying is very real. A huge chunk of the Manosphere is just absolute frauds giving shitty advice. They're unqualified to give it. It's fake. It's garbage. And there are a lot of hurt, wounded men who buy into this because they don't know what to believe. They don't know. They know even less than the frauds. And the frauds then give them just all this negative, trashy, stupid advice that's based on bullshit. And when you have an upstart like, Nutshot's here just making, as a hobby project, he's doing research, going on dates, doing stuff. He doesn't get the attention he deserves, but the frauds do, and they scam guys out of money. It's pretty sick. They're predatory, the parasites. And, amateur content like what Nutshots is doing is actually where the real deal is at. And that's the case in a lot of communities, not just the Manosphere. But in the Manosphere, it's particularly toxic. You have a lot of predatory, wounded men that are like single mama's boys, preying on other hurt, wounded men that were manipulated by feminism and whatever the fuck else, blue pill bullshit. So yeah, it's a real clusterfuck. And I really like seeing upstarts like Nutshots here doing stuff. A lot of speakers at the convention over the years were guys like him who were just fans of the channel, and every once in a while they'd email me to speak, and I'd be like, sure, man, give it a shot. Let's film it and see what happens. And some people even started businesses out of that. So yeah, I just want to back up what he's saying. It's the real deal. And level of fraud in the community is systemic and disturbing.
Well, we got a question here for, I think Coach Corey Wayne better than anybody. So what are your thoughts on Coach Corey Wayne as a dating coach?
I like him. I've had good experience meeting him. I've met with him probably 4 or 5 times in real life. Lunch, interviews at his place, interviews at my place. I've never seen him in the field, so I can't vouch that he's some, mad fucking pickup artist banging hundreds of women. But he's very smooth. He's very has good charisma, good conversation skills. I have no doubt that he gets laid. I don't think Coach Corey Wayne fucks fat women. Does not strike me as that kind of guy. So I think he does have his shit together as a dating and relationship coach. Given my experience with him, which is not extensive, but I've met him more than a handful of times in real life, and he's interviewed me at his own home, which is a good test for like understanding someone's conversation skills, their ability to hold court, break rapport, build rapport, things like that. So yeah, he's a guy who gets laid. I don't know if he's some massive poon slayer like John Anthony banging 4-digit numbers of women, but I like Coach Corey Wayne. I think he's the real deal, and I think he means well for the Manosphere. I think he's a good dude.
Okay, good. Well, we hope we answered your question there, Adam. All right, let's get back on topic. So again, we're in clown world. Okay, we're officially in clown world. I mean, we thought we were in clown world last year, but we are definitely here now. So I think there's so many different philosophies on dating. Okay, now we can go down what we would want to call a moral high ground or moral road. I'm going to go to Gonzo or Man on this one when it comes to dating. Let me do something real quick. The reason I'm going to play a little clip for everybody watching real quick, and this will kind of start out this segment. Here we go.
And women become sex dealers and men become sex addicts. Women become sluts and men become slut makers. It's not good. When you meet a woman, you should date without the sex. I know it. You're a sex maker?
Once in a while, I have been.
You're a slut maker.
Once in a while, I'm a little bit guilty on that.
I used to be one too in that father state. I used to be a major slut maker. But I didn't understand at the time. I was in a fallen state. But women are looking for a father's love, and so are men. And men are trying to get it from the woman because the mother took it away from them. They try to give their innocence back, and women don't have it. Women are looking for men to be right so they can help them come out of the hell that they're in, the anger and all that, right? But instead of getting the father's love from men, they get screwed. And it just goes downhill from that. Men gotta get right.
Well, guys, one thing that makes me laugh about that is when he says women got to come out of the hell and the anger that they're in. So that's kind of we'll call it a religious, a moral take on dating. So anybody want to drop anything on that? Now, no, I know, Anthony, when you did a interview with Jesse, you asked him, can you ever de-slut a slut?
Yep.
And what was his response?
He went into it that they had a pathway out. I think it was mostly religious, if I recall correctly. The clip's on our channel as well as the full interview. I think if you just type on YouTube 21 Studios de-slut a slut, that'll probably pull it up.
Sloot maker debate.
There's a great sloot maker debate. That's what it's called. Yeah, the sloot maker. I typed sloot instead of slut to avoid the algorithm crap. But that was mostly a religious perspective. And I also argued with him. I went on that same issue that you went on with it, Tony. And I argued with him that I told him that, you know, sluts are self-made. And I disagree with him strongly that men are slut makers at all. I think men are mostly irrelevant. Not completely, but mostly irrelevant. A father, for example, has a major role in a woman's life and her path to becoming a huge slut and ruining her life, or choosing a better path, you know, being great, being feminine, and not being a massive hoe. So I don't think men are very relevant in this, and I think that men like Jesse are confused, even though they mean well, and that men are just not responsible for this. And we're a very, very small part of the problem, if a problem at all, for it. If a woman wants to be a slut, she will be a slut. There's nothing any man can do to stop her when she's an adult. And men just are not part of this problem. And for example, like if a woman's fucked, you know, let's say 27 guys, which today is not even that much. Many women are way beyond that at this point, even in their 20s. You know, which man made her a slut? Which guy? Like, was it the third guy, the fifth guy, the 10th guy, the 15th, the 20th? Am I responsible for her being a slut at number 28? I think these things are ridiculous. No man did along the way. Maybe one or two guys who are really malicious, dark triad, personality problems, things like that. But those are outliers. And the other group of men, the other 80% that are just kind of like normal dudes, they're not responsible in any moral or physical sense for her choosing that life path. That's a path that she chose. So I disagree strongly with Jesse on this issue, even I think he means really well with it. And that men are just not responsible for this. And it really, it's actually counterproductive because it places the onus of responsibility on an innocent party. The guilty party is the women who choose to be sluts. They're responsible for the actions, and as men, we need to hold them accountable to it. And the more we try to offset that to men, even by, you know, this like this kind of co-guilt, co-blame thing, it's like, no, I'm not responsible for her being a slut. I'm responsible for my dick going in her. I'm responsible for that, sure. That's it, and that didn't make her a slut. A woman having sex with one man does not make her a slut by any stretch of the imagination. So I'll go to bat with Jesse again on this issue if he wants, but we had a good debate on it on my show and rant.
No, but can we go back then to the fatherless house or the weak father?
No, he's definitely involved. Yeah, there's at least if any man's
to her degeneracy or her,
yeah.
I mean, can we go
a weak father for sure has a major influence on a girl becoming a slut. A piece of shit mother, a toxic, nasty woman, also has an influence, but she's not a man. The father is, right? An abusive, any other abusive father figure in her life, in her childhood, would be responsible. That could be some sort of school figure, some sort of sports coach, could be an uncle, could be a grandfather. But these are all very limited cases, and really it's going to be the father in most cases or nothing at all. And then maybe, you know, one or two really malicious guys that the girl met, and the guy was a fucking psychopath or a sociopath or a cluster B clusterfuck or whatever. But these are all very small components of the population. And her father is a special case. I mean, a woman only has one father. That's it. She might have a stepfather. She might have a grandfather, you know, whatever. But biologically, she only has one father. So when we say that men are slut makers, it's like, what are we talking about? Like, who? I didn't do it. I didn't make this girl slut. I didn't make her fuck 25 guys before me. I wish she'd fuck 0, so I'd be the first one. So it's like, what is going on here, you know?
Okay, so I have a question.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind. So, you know, I think Marty dropped the nugget that I think solves this whole problem right at the top of the show. You know, I'd like Marty was saying, like, you know, like men have allowed this stuff to happen. Like, so my question is, are men responsible for the feminism that we're seeing right now, for allowing this feminism, this, you know, this tidal wave of feces rolling in? Is that, you know, is that men's burden?
Well, who are we talking about? I mean, there's in America alone, there's a couple 100 million men, 150 something million, 60 million. Like, I'm I'm 32 years old. Like, I was born into this hellscape of feminism for the most part. Third wave was really getting going right around the time I was born or right after. So, and I wasn't obviously an adult until the 2000s. So, like, what was my contribution to feminism being this dominant, hyper dominant cultural force in a gynocentric society? And the answer is I had no responsibility for this. This was my father's generation and my grandfather's generation. So men were enablers of these things for sure along the way. I mean, men voted for women to vote. I mean, 100%. Like, it was all men, as far as I know, voting for women to get the vote, you know? But it's been a clusterfuck, and it's, beta male. I mean, beta males in the end are going to get us all killed is probably what's going to happen. Let's put it bluntly.
But
We're
our
having
men.
I think our ancestors
Yeah.
are responsible, but we're having to clean this up.
Mm-hmm.
I would say
Well,
George Bruno. I just want to add this really quick. George Bruno gave me something that kind of that I had to smoke on for a minute. I said, "Aren't women the gatekeepers to sex?" And he said, "Only to low-value men." And I had to stop and pause and think about that. And I feel like it makes sense.
Yeah, but that's like most men. I mean, that's as far as women. Women basically view beta males as low value men, so they don't fuck them. They don't want to breed them. If anything, they want to weed them out of the gene pool and then make more of them with this insane cycle that we see throughout history. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm skeptical of that because women I think see three genders. They see women, they see men, they see betas, and they view all beta males as basically low value. They might be high value for resource management and sucking resources out of them, but as far as breeding and stuff, they're basically useless. So that's almost all men. And today, that's probably in America, 85 to 90% of the men that they meet, the males anyway, which in their head are not really men. They're just like beta males. They're like, farm animals basically to them, to put it in like really blunt lizard brain kind of terms.
Gonzo, were you saying something? Did you have something to say?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, is the, if we're gonna just look at the feminism thing before we get to the dating thing, right? Was the feminism created by women, or was it created by an environment that weak men provided? Was it fragility?
I mean, you're talking about a really long stretch of history here. In America alone, never mind Britain. I mean, you're talking about 1840s until now. So you're talking about pre-Civil War American history and Western history and culture, Civil War, all the shit that happened after that, World War I, World War II, all the fucking Great Depression, the 1950s. Like, I would say that the women played a huge role in this, and to try to dump it all on men is really, that's the way women have conditioned us to think, is to always take not only take responsibility for things, whether or not we did them, it's excess responsibility, it's hyper responsibility. And men, it's a very masculine thing to take responsibility, and I think that's why men are prone to taking too much responsibility. Like, you see extreme ownership as this useful tool promoted by Jocko Willink and stuff, but then you see men develop Jesus complexes and Messiah complexes to take over responsibility for the things around them. So yeah, I think I think women are majorly responsible and primarily responsible for feminism, and men were basically roadblocks or tools along the way to do this. There's a famous letter, I think, written by a mother to her son, who is one of the men who voted. It was like the final tie-breaking vote for a woman to get the vote in the United States. And he basically was if you read the letter, you can read it. It's like history at this point. He was basically a mama's boy, and you can see the way his mother manipulated him into voting for this. Whether you support women voting or not is irrelevant as an issue in this case. I'm saying the dude was definitely a beta male that got manipulated by his mother. So he was, responsible for that. But I mean, you're talking about the dude's own mother. So I don't know. It's a really long history, and it's very complex. Steve Brule, for example, as a speaker, talked a lot about how the feminists in the 1800s, they basically ripped off and stole the victim narrative from the blacks being enslaved, which is a very, very legitimate cause, obviously. So they basically stole the victim kind of valor out of that, which was a problem that needed to be solved. And they applied it to women, and they kind of dressed it up like this massive thing. And that ended up being, kill the patriarchy, smash the patriarchy, which overnight became smash fatherhood and family. And here we are today with fucking 70% single motherhood and cities burning down. And women are the biggest sluts in American history that we've ever seen by a mile. In world history, there's been never anything like this.
Can I add something? I just want to add something very quick. Statistically, if you look at what happened with feminism, it was an opportunity. It was actually after World War II when the men went away and the women went into the workforce. And when the men came back, they couldn't re-enter the workforce because we put them through college and we created all these benefits to keep them out for a while. And we were just the victims of our own. It wasn't our fault. There was war, and the women started to work, and then they started to grow a voice. And then when you look at statistically how the divorce rate started to skyrocket after World War II, and you got to remember, 10% divorce rate was considered high in the 1940s and 50s. And it just, you see the incline since World War II ended, just a shoot. And you need to look at that statistically. It was because the men had gone to war. They were being men. They were killing. And the women were forced into the workplace. And as I say, you know, the absence of men forced women into these positions. And they took advantage. And unfortunately, businesses didn't put the men back into the factories. Unfortunately, also we had riches after World War II because the battlefields in Europe where the factories were just decimated. So the United States actually was supporting a majority of the world. So there were actually so many more jobs for the U.S. than there were men. So women were actually put to work. And we were a victim of our own riches because this is what started it.
And then not long after that, you had the introduction of birth control. So yeah, it's a really, which I think is closely associated with feminism, just like abortion. I mean, abortion even more explicitly. So yeah, there's a really long stretch of history just in America and technological innovations, world wars, which, you know, it's kind of feminism, but it's also incidental to this history taking a shit and, you know, people killing each other and major wars and stuff. So yeah, it sucks. There's definitely something wrong in the West and in culture right now in civilization. And I think we're definitely at the turning point of something really great happening or something really bad.
I have a question for everyone. Does making women masculine by culture, through culture, feminize men as a byproduct?
Probably.
When we masculinize women, you see what I'm saying? We lift them up as men. We, you know, tell them to do all these masculine things. Does it, as a byproduct, without even having to do anything or say anything, feminize men just from the mentality?
It confuses people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens.
At
like
minimum.
right now. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Say at minimum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at a minimum. Like, well, like with you know, I heard this story recently. There was a woman who was talking about her dating experiences, and she was saying how, you know, she realized she was a lesbian. She didn't like men because the last date that she had with a man, he was super emotional and fragile and all these things, and he's like, oh, you know, he was doing all this embarrassing stuff, and she was like, oh yeah, no, men just aren't for me. And I just thought it was just funny because it's like this isn't a man, you know, this nothing about this was masculine.
Yeah.
You know, so
maybe you guys know one of our speakers, Richard Grandin. He's a psychology speaker, a trauma speaker. He speaks on mostly, but he does a concept with masculinity and femininity, yin yang, you know, ancient philosophy. And that's what man's question reminds me of. It's like women become masculinized for fucking whatever reason or any combination of reasons. I think as a natural result, you're going to have like the soy boy phenomena, all these really effeminate males. Look at the dating coaches in the Manosphere. A lot of them are very effeminate, lying, you know, fraudulent losers, for example. That to me is effeminate mama's boy behavior. And that's just one, you know, micro expression of it. The soy boys we see in culture more widely are a much larger expression of that. All this crap. So yeah, the effeminate or the, you know, effeminate men, I think it's a natural, unavoidable consequence of masculine women. And then it's like a feedback loop too. Because when women are not, they don't have access to masculine men. So they have to become more masculine. And then dudes, you know, they become like more effeminate, I think, as a result of that. And now we're like, it's like a death spiral that we're in right now. That's what it feels like, right? The whole, everything, there's a war on every bit of culture that's fucking important, beautiful, and valuable.
Yeah.
And just getting worse and worse and worse and worse, no matter what we do. You know, it seems like, holy fuck, you can't even slow this thing down. So,
well, that's kind of at the end of what Jesse said in that clip. If everybody had seen that clip I just played earlier, is that women are looking for men to pull them out of the hell that they're in. I know that's kind of a crude, harsh statement, but there's a lot of reality right there. So
danger too.
Yeah, I mean, danger. Yeah, definitely danger. But this is where men have to learn how to lead. And I think this is one of the biggest problems in dating, is that men don't know how to lead. I mean, that's a huge part of dating.
Well, men don't even know how to be men. I mean, that's where we're at.
But the media plays a big part, Tony. You look at this show called The Equalizer. Queen Latifah is not in shape, and she's beating up guys with her hands. It's just this most ridiculous thing. No one's going to believe it, because look what happened in MMA. They let a few transgender women fight, and they are cracking the skulls of these women. They're not just undefeated. They are brutalizing women in the ring.
Oh my God.
Within minutes, like cracks. This one fighter has 5 cracked skulls in 5 fights. And you have the equalizer, Queen Latifah, disarming men and beating them up. Are you kidding me?
Nope.
That's just that's the reality of what's going on right now. It's kind of that part of it seems to be backfiring in their face. You know, another thing we'll talk about is real quick, and then we'll get back on subject. Is Governor Cuomo? You know, whatever happened to the believe all women? We're seeing a big split on the Democratic side right now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say something about this. I'm not a fan of Cuomo in any way, shape, or form, but I think he still deserves his due process, his right to what he has to do to defend himself. He's finding out everything that he's been promoting, and it's coming right back to him.
Yep.
So,
can I comment on this, Tony, and the Cuomo
sure,
thing?
Absolutely.
If you look at governor, I'm not a fan of Cuomo either, or the California governor Newsom. If you look at both of them right now, they're both kind of being attacked. They're both, you know, Cuomo or Newsom's about to be recalled. It looks like Cuomo's facing all these really serious charges and shit. He's having, you know, state Senate leaders, you know, demanding him to resign and stuff. All this stuff. I think I'm not defending either of them. I think they're both shitbags. Although I do think they both deserve the day in court, particularly with Cuomo. The allegations. But I think it's a hit job. I think Biden is not going to be president much longer. He was never going to be. Kamala Harris was always the real candidate along the way. Every serious political commentator who watched the election said this. It was never about Biden. He was a delivery system for Kamala Harris, who's unpopular and frankly just a massive bitch, to put it lightly and nicely. So what she's doing, Kamala, I think, is already running a lot of these strings behind the scenes there in the White House. She's taking out her competition. She wants to run unopposed in 2024. And to do that, she has to Biden's going to drop out, resign or something before then. Then she's got to take out her main competition, which is who? You know, a few months ago, New York governor and the California governor were the Golden Boys. Now they're going to be fucking taken out. If you get recalled, you're a loser. If you end up in jail or have all these allegations, you're just fucked. It's all preemptive, I think, and it's not an accident. And you'll see the same thing happen if you see any other Democrats rise up over the next couple of years as a major presidential level contender. They'll get taken out. It'll be whatever bullshit they have to make up, and they'll be like, oh, wow, can you believe it? This Democrat governor had all these fucking shit happen to him. Oh, my God. And Kamala Harris will play dumb, and then she'll try to run unopposed. So it's a big scam. I mean, he's probably guilty of that shit, you know, Cuomo, but just frankly, it's a setup and a scam, and it's a larger political game. The allegations are not that important, and there's a reason they're coming out like this, timing.
And again, Harris hasn't commented on that. I don't know if you guys follow the news, but Harris has not commented on that.
And she won't
comment on Kavanaugh. I know that. She basically ripped him a new one.
She doesn't want her hands on the murder weapon.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
But I still think he's due his day in court. I think he's getting what he's dished out. I mean, he's basically being convicted by the public without proper due process, we'll call it. So
he was a part of it. 6 months ago, he would have been one of the guys beaten up on Trump or anyone like Trump for allegations like this. So you get what you deserve, man. Bad things happen to bad people. That's what I keep saying.
Mm-hmm. So, Marty, we had talked about earlier, I think we were kind of on this same subject. So let's go back to the dating. Trying to remember, what were we talking about earlier that I wanted you to talk on? This was backstage.
There's a couple of things. There was a few the men just end up agreeing with women.
Okay, that's what it was. Yep.
And I survey a lot of women, and I have a lot of female friends that, I don't screw, but they're just wonderful drunks that I like to hang with. They tell me that their biggest problem is they shit test men on purpose. Now, instead of subconsciously in the past, they do it on purpose. And they'll say something like, oh, I'm a fan of Ted Bundy was a nice guy. She'll say something stupid like this. And the guys will agree. The guys will just agree. Or she'll say, I really think that the sky's not really blue, that it's actually a tint of purple. They'll agree. They're just, it actually turns them off.
But they're agreeing why? Just for the hint to get a smell, just for the possibility of putting a hand on a boob or something. I mean, it's just
it's their programming.
It's their programming. It's also conflict avoidance. Almost all those men are beta males. Probably 99% of them. Beta males in the manosphere and outside the manosphere in America, in American culture, they're conflict avoidant. They hate conflict. They can't deal with it. They hate seeing it. They can't be around it. They don't know how to deal with it. Whether it's physical violence or emotional, rapport breaking, that's all that is. If she's testing you like that, that is a shit test. But it's also, is he willing to break rapport with me? Like, no, that's not blue. You're a fucking idiot. That's red. That's what she wants to hear you say and to make her fucking vagina wet. Just be a fucking dick like that, right? But those guys, they don't want conflict. They can't handle it.
Unfortunately, what's funny about this is regardless whether you respond in how Anthony just said or you respond how these guys are responding how Marty said, neither situation does the guy give a shit about what the woman's saying. Period. Like, he don't care what she's saying. He's just trying to get
Well, she doesn't care either. She doesn't care either.
She don't care. That's what I'm wondering. Does she care about, she just wants to be talked down to like the trash that she probably is, because that's what she feels like she deserves.
Some of them for sure like that. Other ones, though, not all women are trash. So some of them just want to see if you're willing to break. Some of them are willing to see if you will bow up to conflict immediately. They're trying to start a small conflict with you that's ultimately irrelevant. The sky is green. No, it's not fucking green. It's blue. They want to see if you will be able to deal with conflict in a very small way. Because if you can't deal with it in a small way, a little fucking word battle that lasts, banter basically, that will last 4 seconds of your life. What are you gonna do if someone breaks in your house to fucking kill you and kill her? If you don't have the balls to tell her no, you're being a bitch, shut the fuck up, or what? The sky's fucking green or blue or whatever. You will not have the balls to do anything more important in life. If you can't do it on a small scale, you can't do it on a big scale. That's how that shit works. It's all talk until then anyway.
I can't help but think the type of women Marty is referring to is like some like borderline alcoholic, like 35, late 30s woman.
Maybe.
I'm just saying, that's just what I imagine when he says that.
Yeah, but I like what Anthony said, because that's what I was going to say. Is I think it's a shit test to find out if this guy is the protector. Is it somebody that she can rely on? Is it somebody that's going to, if they walk outside and a guy tries to grab her purse, is he just going, is he going to hide behind her, or is he going to do something, step up? So I think it's a shit test for a bigger thing than just saying that the sky is green when obviously the sky is blue and he's not saying anything. So I think it is a leadership kind of thing. So, but yeah, Marty, go ahead, man. More on that.
Well, I've also seen that you build actually sexual tension on a date if you actually stand your ground and you actually disagree and actually have a little back and forth on why you disagree. Actually, not keep saying actually, women actually get attracted to this. I've had that experience on a few of my Tinder coffee dates, but women have admitted they slept with guys that they've argued with in the bar, and they ended up going to the bathroom with them. That's how you got to create some sort of tension and constantly
the bathroom cream pies. Jesus,
This is one thing that we're going to teach you guys, that when people think tension, it has a negative connotation, but tension is actually a good thing. It's a form of polarity, is what it is. I mean, it's a form of tension is a good thing. Tension especially with a woman, and it's not negative. It's standing your ground. I mean, is really what it is. It's standing your ground and showing her you have a nutsack. I mean, that's really what it's doing.
If she can't test that you're a man, even on a basic level, why would she want your dick inside of her? Like, it's not even advanced stuff. It's like basic to her. And yeah, American guys are so fucking conditioned at this point, they can't even deal with that stuff. Even a little bit of it over a Tinder message or on a date or something, they can't deal with it. Like, the conditioning is that pervasive in American culture. It's sick.
So Jared has a little comment here. It says, I use fuckboy game and then escalate.
Yeah, I like this guy. I don't know who he is, but I modded him up on my channel. I like that guy a lot. He seems savage as fuck.
But so let's dive into I want to dive into more of a MGTOW black pill philosophy, which is looks, money, status. For anybody who doesn't know, I think a lot of the black pill truth stuff has to do now. Black pill is considered the ultimate truth. Red pill, I guess, was considered the truth before the black pill. This is my take on the whole thing, and they're very big on looks, money, and status. So to a guy that hears that, I think that's kind of a real nihilistic look on pretty much your dating experience is not going to happen if you say looks, money, status. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. Do I think a guy should take care of himself, be the best version of himself, make money? Yeah, of course. Status, okay, I think status is a different level. I think status is going to be, say, if you're an NFL player, okay, you're going to probably date more women than the average guy, regardless of your looks. But I'm not sure if that looks, money, status is in that actual order. So women will go for looks first, money second, status third. So I don't know if that's the actual order of that. So when we kind of break that down, I have my certain point of view on when it comes to guys dating. My version of a 10, okay, when we talk about 8s, 9s, 10s, that's a big thing in the manosphere with guys. So we talk about 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s. And I think the realistic view of that is that not everybody, what Anthony thinks is a 10, I might not think is a 10. What Marty thinks is a 9, I might not think is a 9. Now, I think it was Andrew Tate had one of the best takes on it, I think, where he considers a 10 is an untouchable. That's a movie star. And I don't really want to say an untouchable. But now, when I talked with Alpha Male Strategies, he said, hell, if there was Rihanna over somewhere, he'd give it a shot anyways. So he doesn't put that out of his reach.
If that's the case, I've never seen a 10.
Well, then you have it.
Tony, I'd love to stay more, but I got to bounce.
Okay.
If I can hop on later, I will. But yeah, I got to bounce. Appreciate you having me on today. Have fun with the show and Pat Stedman when he jumps on. Great man, great dude.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate
Thanks, bro.
it.
Thanks
again, you guys. See you soon.
You too.
So, yep, that was awesome to have Anthony. Maybe he'll come back on shortly. We're going to have Pat Stedman coming on. If anybody's familiar with Stedman, he's a relationship dating coach. I think he's a quality dude. I love him to death. He's a friend, and I think he has some great input, but he should be coming on probably within the next 15 or 20 minutes. So let's get back to Black Pill and looks, money, and status. Mm-hmm. Anybody want to jump in on that?
Looks, money, and status? I just want to point out one thing when it comes to the ranking scale. When I say I've never seen a 10, I mean basically I've never seen I don't think I've ever seen a woman that's checked off every single box when it comes to attraction. You know, I can always find a flaw in appearance if I want to. So and also the whole makeup and like, you know, typical like, you know, Yas Queen look type thing. I just doesn't, you know, I don't know if most guys would consider that a 10, but it just doesn't do it for me. That type of look, that typical hot girl isn't hot to me. That hot supermodel look isn't. Now, I'm not saying I would, you know, turn her down or anything, but
well, that's good.
You know, yeah, I don't want to give that impression is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say like I'm turned off by that, but it's not the ultimate 10 for my attraction preference. If to make myself clear, I just wanted to throw that out there.
That would be considered, in other words, when you say a girl's a 7, 8, 9, or 10, that would be subjective. That's your opinion, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Where when we talk about objective, that means it's actual fact.
That's right.
That's for anybody who doesn't know, that's kind of the difference between subjective and objective. So, but so again, my view of and you know, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of the number scale. I'm just not. I don't think it's not that I'm worried about hurting somebody's feelings, but I think what you're attracted to is what you're attracted to. I mean, that's the reality. Do I think guys will, I'll say, lower their attraction level according to their, we'll call it their, I don't even want to say their physical makeup, but they're not in shape, or they're not being the best version of themselves. So they'll kind of drop their scale a bit just to get a little. So Marty, you want to talk about that?
Yeah,
That's kind of stupid.
It is stupid in a way, but you know, I learned from the dating app experience that I have what I like. I like brunettes, curly hair, you know, glass. I actually like women with glasses. I can't explain it statistically. Most men like women with glasses, but when I met with these women that I normally would not have gone out with, I had some great conversations, and I'm thinking, wow, all of a sudden their looks, some were like 6s, 7s, didn't matter. You know, I was really clicking with them, flirty with them. And is it someone I would date long term? No, hell no. But is it someone I would have a nice night with and sleep with? Yeah, because I like what I like, and physical looks are not the top priority. And I think guys have to prioritize. I'm not going to settle if someone is definitely not someone I like. You got to walk away. But I'm just laughing at John from Boston. But you know, you should have I think guys should have a wider net if they're looking for a relationship as rather a hookup. I don't know how you guys feel about that. You know, someone who, you know, you jive with, makes you laugh, makes you feel good, especially if a woman's an old school, you know, someone who'll cook for you, make you feel good, treat you like a king. There's a little bit more tolerance. If the woman takes care of herself, she's in shape, and you know, God didn't bless her with the features of Zoe Saldana, then by all means, you know, I don't see a problem if she's a good person and she's submissive.
That's a great question from Emmanuel Gossett. Would you guys sleep with a 10, but she has a mustache?
Wow.
Oh, that's just great. I absolutely love that. I'm going to give that comment of the night. Fantastic. Joe Blosif says no energy vampires, and I got to agree with him. That's kind of what I think Marty is really kind of talking about that. And like I said, Pat Stedman's going to come on, and Pat Stedman is he really talks about what you talk about, Marty, and that's about vibes and vibrations. Okay. When we hear, oh, are you vibing with this person? Everybody really knows what that means. Now you can, anybody that goes on a date, you should know if you're vibing or having a vibration with this woman within 5-10 minutes. I mean, realistically, if we're getting real. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the idea what Stedman talks about, and that's what you're talking about right now, is that she takes care of herself. Her skin is nice. She, you know, she does nice things for you. And it's not always about her doing things for you. I think in a situation like this, somebody might say, oh, you're purple pill, blue pill. But also there's a reciprocation involved. I think reciprocation is important. When a woman does something good for you, at least let her know that you appreciate what she did for you. Mm-hmm. I think that's real important. I think that's in this community. I think that's something that that is left out. Okay. And I'm not saying do it all the time, suck her toes, do whatever you got to do, but let a woman know that when she does something that's nice for you, let her know that she's appreciated. I think that's important. And I think that holds a lot of clout, whether it be in a marriage, whether it be in a relationship, whether it be somebody just starting to date. But I think that's important. It's not showing weakness. It's showing appreciation. Those are two different things. So that's my take on that. But anybody else jump in? Gonzo?
Yeah. I'm smoking on it, and I think, well, I mean, just to like touch on the appearances thing from before, because I was thinking about that, and you know, I knew a guy, actually several guys who I remember we had conversations about this, but y'all know Scarlett Johansson, right? This
Yep.
guy was like, yeah, Scarlett Johansson, no way. Hideous. Like, to this guy. And so I think, you know, as far as, I think there's a lot of truth to that. Like, I really don't, you know, when you think about it, you have all these women, and let's just say, for the sake of using the numbers, they're between like, we'll just say like 7 and 10, right? Generally attractive women. We're just saying attractive women. At what point, what's the most important thing to identify with all of these women? It's not their appearances, right? It's like, because, you know, they're, you know, that they're all on the same level or near the same level, right? They're all approximate. What really matters is the values. That's what counts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think when it comes to like to vetting women and doing all that stuff, I mean, obviously, I'm tempted to say that appearances don't mean anything, but they don't. Well, because they do. They do. Because obviously, because if you see a woman who's like, you know, 700 pounds, tie-dyed hair, okay, with who's 25 and has a walker, all right, that's gonna give you some insight into what's going on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Gonzo. I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, I was just saying, like, so I think it does matter. There is a purpose to it.
I'll tell you. Yeah, cut you off again. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's all good. I just think it's values. I think values at the end of the day come down to number one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was in a situation one time where I invited a girl over to a get together for a football game, and I just met this girl, and she says, "Hey, ask everyone if they need anything. Do they need beer? Do they need do they need snacks? Do they need anything at the party?" Didn't know this girl at all, and she said that, and I was just like, highly attractive, a kind woman. Is highly attractive, a thoughtful woman, not only for me, but towards the waitress, towards the, you know, the lowliest of lowly people. If she's kind to people, that's a huge plus, because I think we can sit here and name a lot of women that aren't kind.
But also, you have a good point. If a woman offers to bring something, you should have to say yes. I think a good dating tip is make her invest. So when she actually goes out and buys stuff and brings you stuff when she meets you, she's actually investing.
She's got skin in the game.
Yes, and that's important, believe it or not. I've actually learned that from Coach Wayne, believe it or not. When I first got divorced, I watched the 3% Man, whatever he poaches, and the people in the comments section will tell me. But yeah, that's women who were. Listen, but yeah, same problem. I was married to a woman who my friends would come over and she would bring the most amazing entrees out and food and beer, and she ended up being a she-devil. So, but
let's address Adam here real quick. Currently, my girlfriend is using reverse psychology and bringing up marriage. She said she's not interested. However, when I agree with her, it seems to bother her, and she brings it up in the conversation again. So, any thoughts on that, guys?
She's testing you, Adam. She wants to know where you stand without actually asking you where you stand on marriage. The girl's into you, it sounds.
Just say what you want.
Yeah.
Just say what you want. Like if you want to do marriage, then just say marriage or no. Get out. Like, and you know, it takes some balls to say that, but I would just do that. Just right off the bat.
I think she's interested in marriage though. But if you are, tell her. If not, don't play these psychological games with her. I think you're trying to play psychological games and trying to figure it out. So just be direct in what you want with her, because she's asking you essentially is what she's doing.
But Adam, can you tell me, are you eventually interested in marriage, or are you completely no marriage? Because that changes what I would tell you.
Yeah, that I'm glad you said that, Marty, because that was going to be exactly what I said. Let's worry about what is your goal? I mean, in this relationship.
Yeah. Because if you don't want marriage, then say you don't want marriage. You know, I mean, I don't think the answer, like, for me, it doesn't change. You know, like if you don't want it, just say you don't want it. You know.
Yeah.
But also, if she doesn't want, if she wants marriage and you're clear about it, and I don't want to hurt anyone, and break up a relationship, but that's a deal breaker. If she wants marriage and you don't, it might be time to walk away because you let her salvage her situation where she could find a man and have kids. I had relationships with women that I dated for a while, and they didn't want kids. They changed their mind. They wanted kids. I walked away. We were both happy with each other. This teacher I dated, when she changed her mind, she's engaged now. She wants to have a family. You know, I left her better, and I left her in a better space. I didn't drag her. I didn't ruin her life. I didn't create resentment, because what happens is, Adam, you're going to create resentment. She's going to want something, and she's going to feel you don't love her enough, or whatever crap in her head. She's going to start thinking of these things. It's going to start to manifest in her. And if it's off the table marriage and she wants it, it might be time to walk away.
I want to see how Adam responded to our questions.
Well, Adam, one of the biggest things, I'll respond to this real quick, but one of the biggest things for any guys, and this I'm not going to charge you $4.99. I think we covered this in volume 7. But one of the biggest things a guy can do, and this is hard for a lot of guys, and that's indifference. Indifference means 1 foot out the door. Not literally, but being able to walk when you've had enough and you know the time is right. Being able to walk. Being indifferent means you're not going to put up with the crap. I mean, that's plain and simple. You're just not going to do it. It's not going to bother you. A lot of guys can't leave a comfortable situation, and that's really difficult. I get that. I think everybody probably on this panel has been there. You don't want to leave that comfortable situation, but usually in that comfortable situation, you get complacent, and you just really, when you get complacent, it's just over. I mean, that's the simple part. But indifference is a really, really big thing to have, to be able to walk when the time is right. Like, that's it, I'm out. And I think a lot of guys, I think the indifference also has to do with options, because I think women definitely want to be with a man that other women want to be with. Not that he's going to take advantage of that at every chance he gets, but she's going to want a man with options. Okay, so that's all part of, and when I say options, that means being the best version of yourself, knowing when you do have that indifference and you leave, that you could, if you wanted to, replace her the next day or pretty quick. That's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. We'll call that the indifference pill. So, but I think that's a pill that everybody needs to grasp, especially a man. And I think it can work both ways, even with a woman, in a truly, and I'm going to use this word very, very lightly, a truly, truly abusive relationship that a woman is in. If it's a physically abusive relationship that you are in, yes, you need to be indifferent. You need to walk also. I'm not, I think that this is a whole nother rabbit hole, but I think everybody's been with probably 9 out of 10 dates that you've been on, and every woman's been abused by her ex. I mean, am I right or am I wrong, Marty?
Yeah.
I did have a stat out of the 34. No, out of the 34, 30 of the women blamed the guy. Well, said the guys were toxic, and 5 of them did say that they contributed to it. Only 5. And I'll give them a lot of credit. They acknowledged their fault, but everyone had to see this guy was this. He was an F-boy. He wasn't really into me. He was, he just wanted sex. He didn't care about the dates, or the guy was verbally. Here's the one thing: verbally and mentally abusive.
Oh, that's the
big one.
Verbally abusive means she's hearing something she doesn't want to hear. That's what I know about verbally abusive. Have you guys ever heard this too, where you would ask a woman to say, how do I put this? To not they'll say, don't raise your voice to me, or vice versa. And then actually say yelling, like you're yelling at me. A lot of women will say this, stop yelling at me, when you're not actually yelling. You're saying something that they don't like, that they don't agree with. Has anybody experienced that? You're yelling at me when you're not physically yelling at a woman. You follow me?
It doesn't even just happen in relationships. It could happen in work environments where you're telling a coworker, like, you did something wrong, especially if you're an authority figure. Stop yelling at me. You're making me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know, it takes attention away from their misbehavior, and they're trying to rebound. They're gaslighting. I don't know how to say it better. They're gaslighting, and it takes away from their problems and tries to make it your fault. I don't know about you guys, if you've been gaslit or accused of yelling when you haven't.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Adam here. I'm hesitant knowing what guys go through in divorce court if things go south. Do I need to research on private marriage to see if risks outweigh being married? Any thoughts on private marriage? I think private marriage, I mean, is a great idea. I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
It depends what state you're in.
Yeah. I mean, some states recognize a private marriage as some states, I think, recognize a common law marriage. If you live with a woman for over 5 years or 2 years, it's a marriage. Correct?
If you move to Texas, there is no set time. You're instantly married if you move in together, basically, and you meet all their criteria. There is no time period. So it really depends on your state. I'm assuming you're in Florida, Adam. I don't know like what the laws are in Florida, but what I would do is just look into common law marriage. Look up like what the requirements are, and just as much information as you can get on it. Don't get a marriage license. Just don't do it. I don't advise that to anybody at all.
Why get the state involved?
Yeah, exactly.
Does anybody know when the state and the government got involved in marriage? What year that happened?
I don't know the exact year, but it started. Actually, well, it didn't. If I remember correctly, it didn't even start out as a marriage license. It was actually for a whole other purpose. It was like a business thing, or it was like it had it. Or if I'm correct, it also had to do with like your property and like if you owned slaves, probably. You know, like this goes way back. But like when George Washington, came here to the U.S. and all those guys, like George Washington didn't have a marriage license. Like those just didn't exist. Like they didn't exist for a while.
Yeah, I want to address what Adam says before that last comment he just posted. Maybe Tony, you can scroll up and put that on the screen really quick. He says, if she wants marriage, then why would she say the opposite? In the beginning, she said she is not interested in marriage. As of current, she has brought this topic up in different topic being indifferent on her own. So I want to address this really quick. Adam, you're not leading your relationship. I have to give you some tough love because I'm triggered. If I feel like this is just me from what I see, I don't know you. Much blessings to you, by the way, and I hope the best happens for you. But just from what I'm observing here, is that you're gauging what her psychology and what she's like giving you and then you're making your decisions off of what she's giving you. And she's over here like, I wish she's throwing these things at you, wanting you to make a choice, make a move, show her where you're leading the relationship. And you're not doing that, it doesn't seem. So stop worrying about what she's saying so much. Evaluate what you want for you and for her, where you're going to take the relationship. Tell her that and take it in that direction. That's what she wants you to do.
Okay. I got a quick comment here. Institution of marriage is ancient. Yes, but the institution of marriage under God is ancient, not the institution of marriage through government. Okay. Government got involved to get money. Okay. And it's big business. It's big business because marriage is big business because of divorce right now. Okay. So let's look at that angle also. So I've got to ask I've got to ask Adam the $1 million question. Do you guys live together? That's the $1 million question right now, Adam. Do you guys live together?
And are you having sex? I'm assuming so. But
He's got to be active.
Got Mr. Finn in here. So, yeah. So that's the big question, Adam. Are you? There's two questions for you. Are you living together, and are you having sex? Now, again, we're not judging you. I can tell you that I'm not judging you for living with her or having sex, but this is going to put things into context because, you know, sex is like a drug, guys. I mean, that's the reality. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, it really is, but guys can be controlled by sex, especially if you don't have any options. So let's get that on the table. So we do not, he says, and yes, we do have intimacy. Okay.
They don't live together though.
Yeah.
He's on the right path. Listen, he's not with her. He hasn't moved in. So listen, Adam, you just need to put your deal breakers on the table. If you're firm on never wanting to get married, just tell her. And if she says, I love you. The reason I'm mentioning is because I love you and I want to make it a thing, but I'm okay with not getting married if it means we're going to be together. Then you can consider that. But if she really wants to be married and you don't, you're going to have a tough decision to make. But if she's just doing it because her emotions are hitting her and she wants to show how much, I can't get into the female psyche. But I think you know what I'm talking about. But you need to put it on the table because I've walked away from two great relationships with great women because our standards were different. I did not want kids. They wanted kids. They just changed their mind, and it was time to walk away. But you need to just be honest with her. You need to say it. And it seems like you guys are playing a game with each other that's causing a lot of negative tension.
And Adam, I am going to bring on another expert right now. Guys, we are lucky and blessed to have Pat Stedman coming on to join us live tonight. There he is. There he is.
Tony, I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, I'm happy you're here, man. You came right in the middle of the fire. So
I can feel some energy coming on. I was listening to the end of it. What do we got right now? What's the situation?
we've got Adam in Florida who is his girlfriend. Let me see if I can go back to some of the comments here with him. Using reverse psychology and bringing up marriage, saying she's not interested. However, when I agree with her, she seems to bother her, and she brings up the conversation again. So again, Adam, this is one of our experts tonight. We'll go back to some of his. If she wants marriage, then why would she say the opposite? In the beginning, she said she's not interested in marriage. As of current, she has brought up this topic, being indifferent on her own.
Yeah, I mean, my kind of perspective on this is that, well, girls will do this all the time. If a girl doesn't really have an identity of herself, and that's a lot of women who haven't done a lot of personal work, they will identify themselves based on how whoever or whatever in their life makes them feel. That's how their identity is. There's sort of like an emptiness, like an abyss to a woman who hasn't done a lot of individual work. So it makes a lot of sense that if she sees a guy who she likes, who she thinks is high value, she's going to basically tell him what he wants to hear to get him. And as a guy, your job is to see through that if you have a higher level of awareness.
Yeah.
What's going on with this though is that, I mean, it sounds like the guy is like frustrated and confused about it, or maybe he's trying to play a game with it. If that's what she wants and she wants marriage, he doesn't want marriage. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but the answer is pretty simple. They've reached a point in their relationship where her actual desires and needs are starting to come to the forefront over top of whatever girl game she was playing to get him in. And he just says, you just should end it. I mean, that's really, like, why wouldn't he end it in that case? Because dragging her around, I mean, he could continue to play games. He could continue to, pull her along for a little bit longer, but eventually it's going to end. So you might as well just pull the plug right now and be a man. That's my perspective.
I want to ask Adam, what does Adam want? Do we know? Does anyone know what Adam wants? He hasn't stated what he wants. He keeps saying what his girl talks about, but he never says what he wants.
Yeah.
What do you want, Adam?
Yeah. I think we put it into context, Pat, is that Adam does not live with his girl, but they are intimate. So that we know. So we're trying to put his situation into context. Again,
Adam was clear. Adam said he doesn't want a government marriage.
Okay.
He would like a private marriage where he doesn't have the obligations of alimony and asset.
He didn't say he wanted that. He asked what's the difference? In other words, I think what he said was what's the advantages or so he didn't actually say he wanted. I think he's trying to figure that out is what it is.
I think he's trying to please her.
I'm curious
he's
to know,
trying
Adam,
to do something stupid and try to please her instead of holding down the line.
I think the more context we have, Adam, how old are you? I think that's really important right now too. So
well, now I have a question for
he
everybody.
wants to get married.
Well, here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm gonna bump out for a second, you guys. You guys handle this real quick.
Can I ask a question real quick for Adam? Why 3 to 4 years? If there's no legal aspects to it, why do you need 3 to 4 years?
He said he said there's a few things he wants to basically see play out. Basically, he's not sold yet. It sounds to me.
So he shouldn't even be discussing marriage. If he's not sold on it, the answer should be no. The discussion of marriage should be once he's ready. If you're saying 3 to 4 years, that's a lifetime, man.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah.
I really want to know how old you are, Adam.
Yeah, me too.
I have a lot of, I want to say this, I have a ton of love for Adam for coming out here and throwing his stuff out here, allowing us to use him as a vector to talk about this. Because what Adam's describing is an extremely common situation. But I just want to point out that there's a difference between vetting and avoiding. And a lot of guys, you have this kind of thing like, I only want to date a girl you have this a lot in portions of the Manosphere. I don't want to date a girl who's young, she's a virgin, or low end count, and we have to date for like 10 years, and then later on, maybe we're gonna. I mean, this isn't very good negotiating posture. Just for the record, first off, if you're thinking in her interest, it's a very risky situation for her to just kind of hang around if she is a young girl and she's going to wait this long. But you don't need 3 to 4 years to vet a girl. What tends to happen in relationships is that, you go through transitions and things change over time, and things maybe are a little, I don't want to say that they're not necessarily, how do I put this? The point is, you can always find a problem as time goes on. You can always find a reason to delay it further. And I'm 100% on board with everybody when we talk about the issues with the legal system. The legal system is really messed up. It's really messed up. But if you don't have to get directly involved with that, you don't need 3 to 4 years to vet a girl. You should be able to really figure that out within 2 years for sure. I think max, you should be able to figure out, is this a girl who you could really see yourself with? If you feel like you need to take longer, you're just not really ready to fully give yourself to somebody, and there's maybe other aspects at play there. It doesn't have to do with her. She's going to reveal herself. That's my perspective.
Adam, I put a link in the StreamYard chat if you'd like to come on and talk live. This is a private invitation just for you, buddy. You don't have to show your face, but we have 5 experts on the panel tonight. I'll say, I'll give us all expert. I think we've been around the block, guys, on this stream tonight, and again, just so you guys know, This was my troll from Saturday night, Pat, just so you can see it. And that's volume 1 of 10 volumes. That was.
Oh my God, I love it. I fucking love it, man. I love you, Tony.
Yeah.
So
And
funny.
so what it was is we, and again on Saturday night stream, just so everybody knows too, I did mention Pat Stedman, and I did mention to a guy named Dippin. And Dippin, if you're watching, this is the guy that I think you should talk to. I would absolutely love to do a show with Dippin and Pat Stedman. It would be incredible. If we could get Dippin on tonight. Dippin is in Portugal. He is 36 years old. He came on the live stream. He has never had sex with a woman unless he paid for it. I was a little surprised when he came on. I know on other channels that he has been made fun of. We're not going to do that here, but I think I gave Pat Stedman a lot of props on Saturday night when we were kind of doing a social experiment on dating. We'll call it dating courses. So
yeah.
Pat Stedman is one of the few that I absolutely hold in high regard when it comes to Manosphere content on dating. Marty, we were talking earlier about I really vibe with Pat on his dating vibes. In fact, I really do, because it made a lot of sense to me, and I related to it because it's kind of the way that I work. Okay, you have to have that almost, I don't want to say instant, but I think most guys, like we talked earlier, within 5 to 10 minutes know if you're vibing with that woman. Now, Pat really, really made it clear. Pat, give it a quick breakdown on like dating vibes.
Well, you mean in the sense of like being able to kind of understand your connection with a girl? Is that what you mean, Tony? Yeah. So I think that the real big breakdown when it comes to a lot of dating advice is, I'm thinking very big picture here, is that there's a lot of thinking that's actually, it is really thinking. It's like, well, let's look at these sort of logical kind of check marks that we can go through, and I'm going to try to operate based on this paradigm. And the reality is that doesn't really work. It doesn't work in practice. If you actually have clinical experience with men, you understand that they're drawn to some women for different reasons. Guys have a type, and I think that attraction, like physical attraction, is really a threshold issue. Obviously a 10 is amazing, but a lot of guys, if they're physically attractive, they want to hook up with a girl, that checks that box, and then other things come into the picture. But you can feel when you're vibing, there's like a natural chemistry, there's a natural, your heart, if your heart is open, you can kind of feel that. And the more your heart's open, actually, the better you're able to judge a woman, because girls, I mean, I think that, I'll just say this with it, because the vibing thing, that's a long topic, and I don't want to be too vague or weird with people on it. But one thing I wish the Manosphere talked more about is girl game. We talk a lot about how to get girls, but we don't really talk about how girls get guys. And this is important because guys will learn a little bit of game, and a girl will be like all over them. And they'll be like, I'm fucking alpha, girls are all over me. These girls, she just wants everything. They have no idea they're being manipulated. They have no clue that they're being manipulated. And they get involved with this stuff. And you really have to understand how women will play on a male ego to get what they want. And they play a long game. They play a war of attrition where they wear a guy down. The guy's like, yeah, I'm seeing her like every night, but she really is like all about me. Like, and then suddenly she pulls back and the guy's like, the rug's been pulled out from under him. And
Dude,
this happens all the time.
That is a great comment. War of attrition. That's perfect. That is, I don't want to say I've never heard that before, but that's classic right there. Yeah. And girl game is something you never hear anything about, Pat. You put that perfectly, that was perfect breakdown. Marty, Pat, let me tell you what Marty does. Marty does data and stats on Tinder dating. He's got a his YouTube channel is called Nutshot, and he does statistics on dating. I thought like some of the best breakdown on dating apps that I've seen. I mean, it was really something I put in my YouTube community because I wanted other people to see it. I wanted other guys to see it, men or women. But if you get a chance, check it out because he does a real statistical, logical, rational. In fact, he's going to get rational male of the evening tonight on the stream because every night I give somebody rational male of the evening. And I said earlier I was going to announce it. So, Marty, you are our rational male of the evening.
Marty, I really want to I would love to hear more about this, and I would love off channel. I would love to see that stuff because I am not. I'm a logical person, but I'm not data driven. So I would really, really love to see that stuff because I'd love to see how it kind of meshes with my own experience. That's so cool. I really respect that a lot.
Yeah, I did a comparison with a guy who did something. He did 500 matches, 100 dates. And I did my own because this guy was clearly something was wrong with his game, it seemed. And when I did it, we had a lot of similarities, but we also had a lot of variances.
Yeah.
And what happened is I actually used a woman too. Her video is coming out next Friday. I started. I just finished the narration. She went on Tinder and swiped. And then we went over the guys' games and what she's encountering.
Yeah.
And when I saw her Tinder swipes and the guys on there, the average guy does not stand a chance.
It's so bad. Yeah.
Does not stand it. Like, I'm surprised I had 83 matches.
Yeah.
Because there is Tyrones and Chaz. I've never seen so many 6-packs. I go to my gym and I don't see that many. And, she's a 39-year-old train wreck. She said, I'm okay with telling you guys that. 2 kids. She's 39 years old, divorced, 2 kids, but she's a widow. Her husband was a soldier, so I give her credit on that. She's a legit single mom.
Yeah.
Her husband died. He was a soldier, but she's a train wreck. She's got debt. She's got problems mentally.
Yeah.
She had 33-year-old guys with no kids swiping on her, matching with her 34-year-old, 35-year-olds. And then the opening lines.
Are these guys looking at her as a mark, like an easy lay? Is that
probably? I don't want to reveal too much, but besides the crazy amount of dick pics she's got sent to her, the opening lines are pathetic. Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
But she's also running into guys who are just getting very sexual in the chat session. Just terrible. And then I see why a guy like me is getting a lot of attention from 7s or 6s because she's given up on the really handsome guys and now she's got to go for the middle guys just to have a decent conversation with.
Yeah.
And then these middle guys in my data are so pathetic. They just want to be chat buddies and they start revealing too much. They don't want to hear about your traumas in your past.
All right. Can I ask you a question, Marty? Now, when you're doing this, are you monitoring what she's communicating?
Yeah, she's sending me screenshots.
So you're not communicating with these guys yourself? Then?
No.
Okay.
So she's finished already, and I have all the screenshots, and I'm going through it, and it is disgusting. Guys are just really bad in the chat session. It's either they're disgusting or pathetic.
Yeah.
When it comes to the matches and the variety and the choices the women have, there is such a tremendous advantage for women.
Yeah, I mean, Marty, before Tony, I know you're going to take that question or that comment, but I just want to say this: the Manosphere is very harsh on women and how women act today, and I get it. I mean, the bar has certainly been lowered quite a bit, but I think to be fair to women, what are they really looking at for the most part? I mean, they're really looking at tons and tons of garbage. Tons and tons of garbage. I mean, I really hate to say it, but a lot of guys are just not worth anything with it. Now, I think a lot of these guys just don't know what to do. They're good guys. They just don't understand how to approach a situation, and that's where people like you and I, Marty, and others come into the picture to try to help them. But you have to have like a level of empathy for women because you have to remember women don't have the same goal. the stupidest things that come out of the Manosphere are like, well, women can get any guy they want. Well, actually, that's like they can get fucked by any guy maybe they want, but that's not what women want. So if their objective is different, then they're not winning. Like, no one's really winning under this current paradigm. So, yeah.
But I also mentioned in my channel to be nice to women.
Yeah, be nice.
And so many guys to Melanie are just nasty to her. When she says, you know what, I'm not interested. A guy says he's married. He reveals he's married. I'm not interested. F you, you effer. And it's...
Marty, yeah. It's so crazy. They have no emotional regulation whatsoever. And they'll go from being like super, super sweet and super, affectionate to being like absolute nastiest, most disgusting individual. And unfortunately, there's a lot of guys who aren't like that, but women get emotionally burned out, which is why a really great strategy, an aspect of a strategy on online dating is you definitely, if you can, try to get the girls who come on who are like within 2 weeks of being on the site, because a lot of women get just totally burned out of online dating if they're remotely attractive, they get so many matches, and this kind of shit that they get is so terrible that they'll go and shut down for a while. And we have this big judgment towards them because a girl, maybe she gets out of a breakup or maybe she's been single for a while and she goes and she hooks up with a guy, she feels like crap, she goes off again. But it's like this kind of thing. It's like, well, she could go on the app and she could hook up, but it's like she's not really happy. Doesn't really like her dating life. It's pretty bad experience. I'm not excusing their behavior. I'm not excusing their decisions. I'm just trying to give
it's a shit show
perspective. It's a shit show. Exactly. It's a shit show.
But when I met with these women, I chatted with them, and here's the difference. And a couple of people pointed it out. I wasn't looking to sleep with them. That was one of my guidelines. I wasn't going to sleep with any of the women I met, and I wasn't going to have a second date. So my point was just to extract data. And the fact that I wasn't being creepy and just being genuine and wanted to know them, and not like not push for sex, I was getting tremendous results. And I was very surprised. I was masculine. I didn't, if they said something stupid, I called them out on it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of women out there that just can't find the right guy. And in fairness to men, a lot of these women have a lot of red flags.
Mm-hmm.
And my warning to men, and maybe you agree, is if you don't have this ability to walk away, easily pivot on a woman, you shouldn't date women with red flags. And the easier it is for you to walk away from a woman, the more red flags you can ignore at first. That's how I feel.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, go ahead, Tony.
That's all right. Here's a challenge of the night. Emmanuel Godson said he's been on this channel before. Actually, he was fun. He's from Ireland. That's set your greatest challenge, guys. I'm a schizophrenic. I have verified that. I did look at a video with him. He did a great interview with somebody in Ireland, a news reporter, I think. It's on YouTube. 46-year-old who sleeps in a garden shed. And actually, it's a pretty nice garden shed. And Emmanuel, you are an incredible artist. That I can tell you. That should be an attribute to you. I mean, this guy's paintings and his artwork, I know Gonzo has seen his artwork, is actually incredible. Mm-hmm. So his challenge is to find me a girlfriend. Well,
Emmanuel,
a girlfriend, maybe we can help you get one.
That's easy. Emmanuel, girls love to fix broken guys.
It's true.
Girls love projects.
Tony,
I can't guarantee long term, but you're a project for them. Oh my God, Emmanuel.
Tony, scroll up and show the response that I gave him to save.
Mega.
Yeah,
save
Mega. Yeah.
Tell them what you just told us. Tell them exactly who you are. Tell them that you live in a shed and you're a 46-year-old schizophrenia. Tell them that. I'm dead serious.
But
he said he's never tried it.
Tell him also, Emmanuel, that you're an incredible artist.
Yeah, show them your art.
Come on, man. Women are attracted to artists, to guitar players, to rock and roll guys.
Yeah. All Emmanuel has to do is he has to make sure he's in pretty decent, not like crazy shape. He has to be in decent shape, and he can level about being a schizophrenic artist, and he's gonna get laid, no problem.
That's it. He says, and you know what too? What he's got going for him, and I sense his authenticity. I really do. He says, "I'm happy with my lot in life. I accept it. I accept it with grace before God." That's all you need.
That's all you need.
That's all you need is to accept whatever it may be, and you own your life the way it is. That is attractive in and of itself, no matter how it looks.
And guys, he's an intelligent guy. I mean, when he's on here, he's a very intelligent guy. I'll give him outspoken for sure. That's where we get MIGA. That's why I say my MIGAs, which is make Ireland great again. So make Ireland great again. And but Emmanuel, I think that you're underselling yourself and you're selling yourself short. That's my opinion. So
I think he'll do fine, especially in Brooklyn. You know how many schizophrenic artists there are in Brooklyn?
I mean, honestly, it's tough to date in Brooklyn if you're not mentally ill. No offense to but
not for Queens.
Marty's you're in New York?
Queens, New York, yeah.
Yeah, so Queens, you guys are close. Or close.
Yeah, I'm part-time in Manhattan at this point. I used to live there full-time, but I'm part-time now.
There's a big difference between Manhattan women and Brooklyn Queens women.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. I don't cross the river. No.
So my experiment was Manhattan only. I've already started doing the coffee dates for the Brooklyn Queens girls. And if you don't tolerate Russian women, you're gonna have a rough time.
Well, you go down to Brighton, that area. I mean, that's like the gold standard. That's the real Russians. There's two different types of Russians. There's the Russians that come who are sort of in the upper class model Russians, who are in Manhattan, but in Brighton you have like the second generation Russians. You get a little bit of a mix. They're a little bit more down to earth, but yeah, they have very much the hardcore Russian culture, Russian family around there. Slavic girls are. I want to make this point about Slavic girls. My wife's Polish. They're gorgeous, right? They're gorgeous women, but I do think a lot of guys romanticize them. They are not. I've dated a couple Russians. They are not necessarily the easiest women to deal with. I think that people have this kind of, they're so trad. Russian women are like,
nope.
They'll look sexy. They'll have like a stiletto on your neck. I mean, they will test you very, very hard. If you are a bitch at all, and in Russia, I mean, very often, if you guys get into a big fight and they feel like, they'll just cheat. They'll cheat all the time. It's really, you have to have a super strong frame to deal with Russian women. And frankly, you got to deal with Russian men. I mean, the friends that I've had who are Russian, the people I've met, you're playing this. It's actually very tiring because you can't ever look weak. but if you act too aggressive, then they will like physically fight you. So you have to walk this kind of line of being unintimidated by them, but also not threatened by them. And frankly, I have to be honest, it gets a little bit exhausting. You're dealing with such a neurotic individual. But that's just, a little digression there.
You also need a high tolerance for nipple hair.
Oh, that's great.
Amazing.
Nipple hair. I can tell you personally, guys, about 3 months ago, I had a date with a girl from Romania, about 34, and I cut the date short, like real short. The shit test started immediately.
Yeah.
Almost immediately. She was a strong, independent woman. So I let her strength lead her way out of here.
I thought you were about to go on a rant about nipple hair.
Oh, no.
What the?
It would have been amazing.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Well,
I wanted to say I met a Polish girl in Manhattan one time. That was interesting. Y'all said that about the Russian women. I guess there's Polish women in Manhattan too.
Tons. Yeah, Poles are. I don't want to. Poles, of course, if you were to tell them that they're like Russians, they'd hate that. But to be fair, they are different. They are Slavic. Actually, my kind of perspective on Poland in general is, well, the country is a mix between sort of German, Scandinavian, and Slavic. The cuisine reflects it. A lot of the personality people reflect it. I think the women gravitate a little bit more towards the sort of Slavic aspects, but the men gravitate a little bit more towards the Germanic, Scandinavian aspects. In terms of how they behave.
This girl was tall, and I think she likes money.
That's a big Russian thing, is money.
That's a very big,
older men and money.
Yeah, that's a very
big Russian thing.
That's a big that. So she's getting pulled more in that direction. It's one of the things my wife hates Polish girls because of that. But yeah,
I think she actually had. I didn't know this at the time, but I think she actually had a boyfriend for a long time, and he was this older wealthy man. It was I didn't know that, but
well, I've heard. I mean, this is my personal. I've heard the whole thing where it's not Eastern European women are the ones that you got to stay away from. Yeah. The Central, I guess it would be Central. Is that or
that would be Poland?
Yeah.
Well, Poland today is Central Europe, really. Poland in the past was maybe more Eastern, but it is different. I mean, I don't want to digress too much from this, but this sort of Central European or Eastern European Union kind of women are sort of the best of both worlds, in my perspective, because in the countries especially are the best of both worlds. Because, look, maybe you can get a better deal, so to speak, in Ukraine, and certainly in Ukraine, but in Russia, Belarus, but you're dealing with a lot of trauma in those populations and a lot of corruption in the structure of society. And I think that guys are much, we talk about girl game, way, way more easily fucked over by girls in that sector. They're a lot harder to deal with. Whereas I think that when you go to like Eastern European Union, Romania, Poland, certainly like Czech Republic is maybe even closer to Germany, etc. You have, in those populations, you have very attractive women who know how to be feminine, but they have less of a mercenary aspect. Poland certainly did have that. Romania maybe does still to an extent. That's changing a lot. It's changing a lot. The women aren't quite like they were 10 years ago, but they're still as attractive as ever. So that's,
We've got a couple comments from Al here. Dated a few Russian girls. First comment, each one was about as polar as the next. Ukrainian Russians are different from ethnic Russians in Russia.
Yeah.
All the Russian girls, my current girlfriend included, are not money hungry. Polish girls are money hungry.
What?
Ukraine, no, girls can go to the EU without a visa. Okay.
Can we talk about Latino women when we get a chance?
Let's transition.
Yeah.
But the thing about European women is they will.
Yeah, we like them.
If you become weak with a European woman, they will become the masculine very quickly. If they stick around with you, you're gonna be their simp, and they will likely cheat on you if you're not strong frame with a Russian, Polish woman. They will really push you down.
So what you're saying, Marty, is they will break you.
Little break.
If you show weakness, you have to be strong. You have to be consistently strong with them, because in their country, weak men just run over.
Yeah. I have to say this though. I mean, I don't have enough experience with. I've dated. I was dating two Russian girls in the past. So I have experienced dating Russian girls, but in America, right? Their families were Russian. They were first or second generation. I have a lot of experience in Poland. I've been to Poland more times than I even know, you know, probably almost 20 times I've been to the country. It's just not, and I've been in the east of Poland, which is maybe the poorer part. There's some aspects of this, but it's the guys there are not like Russian guys. They are not like Russian guys. They are really much, much more like you would expect from a German guy, or they're very, very logical. And there's not this sort of, I want to fight you under any circumstances. I know Russian guys are like that. There's this sort of insanity that they're always kind of looking for a fight. So it is a little bit, I think it's a very interesting country for that reason. But Polish women definitely are looking for strong men, and they're very feminine, but they don't have the same, like in Russia, it is really like they almost expect to be abused. And that's just not the case in Poland, in my experience. But let's talk about Latinas. I mean, what do you guys have to say? I lived in Buenos Aires, but go ahead.
I had a weakness for them for a long time. You know, Latinas are great. You know, they're fun. Different culture, and it depends what part of the region, what region they're from.
Yeah.
You know, you're from Queens, a lot of Puerto Rican, a lot of Colombian. But you know, it depends on how old they are, because if they're dating guys from their own country, they're probably going to be very unhappy, and they're probably not going to trust men as they get older. And that's what you're going to run into, is women who've just been really taken to the cleaners with guys that are from their country. But I love Latino women. I have a lot of fun with them. I find them sexy, you know, but I find all women sexy. Well,
my question is this:
all attractive women sexy, right?
Yeah.
Do they tend to be more traditional?
Yes and no. They're, you know, some of them are very religious, and I try to avoid the ultra religious. You know, with the, you know, I don't want to go to some woman's bedroom and there's a big picture of Jesus on her above her headboard, or a giant cross. That would scare the crap out of me. But then there are the Latinas that have like 50 tattoos, that are tongue ringed, you know, and they're down to F all the time. They're cool as that. They're cool as hell, but they're just not relationship material, and you're gonna probably need a needle in your dick the next day.
Well, let me real quick, guys. So tonight's topic was about dating in clown world in 2021. And just so you guys know, if you want to support this channel, something you can do is order tactical soap. There's a link in the description of this video. It's a pheromone infused soap. It's pheromone infused soap, beard oil. We've got new cologne sticks, which are awesome. You can put these in your pocket. And I'm giving you know, why not use every advantage? This is like a little thing. You could put it on your beard, put a little on your neck, put a little on your temple, on your hot spots. Good stuff. It's a business that was built by a man for men. So if you want to support this channel, order some tactical soap. Use my coupon code KING. You get a nice discount. This is also some beard oil right here. Awesome. Everything is pheromone infused, guys. So this is how you can support the channel, and you get something for it. But I just wanted to just put that out there. So, but let's continue on. Yeah. So
I just want to say something real quick before I have to jump out. But first off, with tactical soap, I mean, I use tactical soap. It's incredible. So seriously, like if you guys are looking for soap, really highly recommend it. It's all like natural ingredients, no toxic shit in it, and it smells great. Women love it. There's a very clear response after you take a shower with tactical soap that it's like, oh, you smell great. You know, it's what my wife loves that stuff. The other thing that I would just say is that Latino women, like, I think that a lot of Western guys, they have the two fetishes of the Latino women and the Slavic women, and it's kind of like fire and ice. They are very attractive to guys for a little bit of a different reason. Stereotypically, of course, you have fiery Slavic women and kind of cool Latinas, but Latinas tend to bring that sort of energy, a lot of overt jealousy, whereas the Slavic woman is kind of like will stab you when you're least expecting it, whereas the Latina will like stab you in the it's just like gonna run at you with the knife. And guys like them both.
One in the back, one will stab you in the face.
Yeah, exactly. But
oh, I love that. I do find Latino women very attractive. I think there's something about it. Have I traveled on surf destinations to Latin countries? Yeah. Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica. Yeah. So I don't think it's a product of me traveling. I think it's a product of the way I think it's just the way they react to men. I think they're very, very sexy. And I think they reciprocate. When I say reciprocate, I'm not saying having sex, but reciprocate to your comments or something you say to a Latin woman is usually, how do I put this? We'll just say when you make a comment or something that's, I'm not saying something nasty, but they reciprocate in a nice way. Or we'll call it an enthusiastic way. So,
well, they're more effeminate and they like macho.
Yeah. Boy, you nailed that one too. Definitely more effeminate women, Latino women, and it is a sexy culture, the way they dress, the way they look, tight jeans. I mean, who doesn't like that? I mean, the whole scene. So, what does Emmanuel say here? Latino women have a lovely figure. Yeah, I have to agree with that. And so does English with Mr. Finn. So, and then Emmanuel says, "Girls Gone Wild" is a very different thing. Women Gone Wild, Louis C.K. Gotcha. Yep. You want to respond to this one?
Yeah, it's true. I know that's correct. I have to be honest. I have never dated a South Slav, so to speak, a Balkan woman. I've never dated one. So I don't have personal experience with that. I have good experience with, the Russians, Ukrainians, etc. And I have good experience with Poles, Czechs, etc. But they are different. They are very different. I think that when you get to South Slav, well, I don't know. I don't want to bullshit it. I mean, do any of you guys have experience with it? I mean, to me, they resembled more like Russians, but I think that there's a little bit more. They have a little bit more of the fieriness that you would get from like Mediterranean women. It's kind of my impression, but I honestly don't know. I don't know if you guys have experience.
Well, they're different in the sack. Like, especially you compare Latino women are into like, and excitement, enticement. I've noticed that all the Russian, European women, they like to just be rammed. And is this After Dark yet? Are we on After Dark?
Yeah, we are. It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
They just like to, you got to have two legs up, not one leg up, two legs up. And you gotta, and if you can make them purr, they'll stick around, but they're different. Latino women, it's a whole dance, and with
more romance. They like the romance.
Yeah, it's more like, pull my hair now, hit me with a brick. That's the European women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pat, I know you got to go. I think you said you had to go soon, but back to the topic. What's the best dating advice you can give somebody for dating in 2021 in clown world? Because that's our topic. Dating in clown world 2021.
I think that the biggest thing at this point is, as a man, it's always been important to have boundaries. Always been important. But I think as clown world, and frankly, as I would describe it, the bifurcation, I mean, you really have two different sets of generalized consciousnesses that are going on right now. There's a lot of women who are just like absolutely insane. They're so hopped up on propaganda. They're absolutely intolerable to deal with. I mean, really, unless you are completely in that brainwash sector yourself, there's no way that you can even tolerate these women. And so I think as a man, you really, really have to be willing to say fuck off to these girls and to really screen heavily for them. I think, 10 years ago, context changes all the time. 10 years ago, you go out dating, you have some girls have some kind of like, little, feminism light views, whatever. Objective was to try to sleep with them. I get it. At this point, I don't think that anybody's going to be happy trying to deal with it because the neurosis is so extreme. I would just frankly get these women out of your life as fast as possible and go for girls and who aren't like that. And I don't mean that they have to be like super trad, that they just want to get married. They don't want to have premarital sex. I'm not even talking about that kind of extreme aspect of it. Just like girls who are not so neurotic that you really have to completely suppress yourself to be around. And that's difficult for guys, but the biggest issue is boundaries. There are tons of girls out there who are also, they just want to connect with attractive guys. They want to have a fun experience and meet those girls. If a girl gives off any flags that she's going to be drama and that she's going to like demand all these sort of ridiculous things that you have to do just to make her feel, I don't think it's worth it. It's very true that you can fuck these girls, you can hook up with them if you know what you're doing with game, but I don't think that like when you hook up with these girls, the energy that you get is so bad.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. So just that's my advice.
And that's great advice, Pat, because we've talked in depth a few times about energy and vibrations and 3D, 4D, 5D. I would recommend to anybody watching this now or in the future that reach out to Pat Stedman. There's been a big we'll call it a purging of the manosphere lately about dating coaches and the black pill guys and and I'm going to give a shout out to MGTOW Dictionary right now, MD. I do watch some of the content and listen to what the guys say, but to me some of it is very nihilistic. They do really focus on looks, money, status, the LMS thing. But also I think you guys got to realize that you got to be careful on who you follow and who you watch. You really, really do. I mean, this is, you want the cold, hard truth. This is the cold, hard truth. Not all women wait at the finish line to fuck the winners. Okay.
Yeah.
These are some Manosphere quotes I'm quoting right now, and it's no disrespect to Richard Cooper. And that's where some of those things come from. I still have a lot of respect for Richard Cooper. But I think guys, I think it's time for you guys I think guys need to start holding, and we're going to use some Manosphere terms here, but holding their own frame, be indifferent, create options, be the best version of yourself, lift weights,
Yep. No, I appreciate the kind words, Tony.
Yeah.
And I gotta run, but I appreciate you having me on and everything. Me and you, Marty, everybody. We'll do this again soon.
All right. Thanks, Pat.
Right. Yep. See you guys.
Appreciate you. Well, that's awesome. You guys continue on. I got some noise outside my house. I got to figure out what's going on. So continue on.
I want to go into Thailand. Someone mentioned Asian girls.
Yeah, we didn't go there. I know there's a craze amongst Caucasian guys going after Asian women. American men, I should say.
Well, there's a couple. I think if you watch YouTube, a growing trend, and anyone in the comments, please tell me, is a lot of men who are becoming expats, retiring and going to Asia and finding young women, or guys who go overseas and find Asian women because they've given up on Eastern women. I mean, on Western women. And what's shocking is I live in New York City, where, especially in Queens, where a lot of guys marry Asians, and their divorce rates appear to be pretty low. When I look at the statistics, I can't get something from the state. I guess they don't look at that, but the age ranges are, I mean, the divorce rates are pretty low. And what the hell's going outside my house? And then also, look what Al says. Yeah, Japanese and Chinese are different. Thailandese, they have a different culture, I guess.
I think
feminism
Asians
starting there.
It's starting there. Yeah, Asians have the lowest divorce rate out of anyone, I believe.
You mean Asian to Asian or American to Asian? Because I can tell you that.
No, Asian to Asian.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I live near a Air Force base, and I can tell you what a mess. There are more women from Korea and Thailand that are here just slutting it up. More divorced women from Air Force guys. It's an absolute shit show around here when it comes to that. That's not my, we'll just say that's usually not my flavor. So I think it's a mess. Maybe Asian to Asian, but
Asian to Asian is what I was, yeah.
Yeah. So,
well, just even in general, even Asian to American, the divorce rates are still a little lower than any other group. It's not great, but it's actually slightly better. I'm not saying it's worth it. Guys, go out there and go get an Asian girl. You have a better chance. That's not true. But especially in the military, because I was Air Force, but especially the Asian women, the Air Force divorce rate is like 75%. She's not you. She's not yours. It's just your turn. Said every simp. I want to get into that quote next time. Someone, a stoic, had a very good counter to that. But a lot of, military divorce rates are huge. People forget. And I don't get the obsession with the Asians when you can just be miserable with an American.
I've heard it once say, if you do go to Asia to find a wife or a woman or whatever, don't bring her back to the U.S.
Well, I think the issue with that is once they get Americanized, that's the end.
Exactly.
I think that's the issue. And I got to be honest, I think that's the issue with any, when I think a lot of the MGTOW guys, they call it location maxing or location. I think it's called location maxing, passport maxing. I know Al had mentioned that in there, and it's quite a bit about, who did we lose? Gonzo?
Yeah, he said he had to leave. He'll be back if you're still left.
But I think that, the whole I don't know. Just seems to me a little fucked up that you have to go to another country to meet a woman.
Well,
to me, like, how about body maxing? How about looks maxing yourself? How about creating the best version of yourself, which is going to attract a more high value woman in your own country? Do I think I've traveled? Do I think when you go to a different country? Yeah, I've been to different countries. You become the piece of ass. It's the different. You're the American guy. Guess what, guys? Yeah, you are the guy, but are they attracted to you for you or because you're from America?
Yep.
Is that
from America?
Now, if you're just going to get laid, yeah, go for it. If that's what you want, go to another country. But I think, I'm not big on looking for a woman. Okay. I'm really not. I've never had that issue when it comes to looking for. I've never looked for a woman. Let's just put it that way. So when a guy's looking for a woman, I think you're a little bit thirsty. Again, all this stuff, just so you guys know, anybody who's watching, let me drop it in there. New course dropping tonight. How to be a high value woman, $4.99, volume 1 out of 10 volumes. So that's a little bit of a troll, guys, just so you know.
But Tony, I can't fault the guy for leaving, like becoming an expat, moving there permanently, and meeting someone from that country and marrying. That doesn't bother me one bit. Especially with a lot of Americans, just the value of the dollars. Look what's happening with inflation. They're going to print another 1.9 trillion. Your dollars is becoming worthless every day. I don't blame it. And the way divorce works, getting divorce raped, and the way women behave in the United States, I can't fault a guy for retiring overseas, like Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, or even the Asian countries like Vietnam, Thailand, and meeting a woman and settling down there in their country. Yeah, but you're exactly right, Gene and Tony. Bringing them back, that's a bad idea. You're just tempting. You're just opening temptation.
A recipe for disaster. I see it. I mean, I see it all the time. I mean, you can go out here. You can go out to a club that's half mile down the road on the ocean here, and there's going to be Asian women in there that are all divorced, and they're absolutely train wrecks. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about church girls. If y'all would like, I want to hear more.
Wait. We got Al says, how to find a high value of course is only $250. Al, that's what. Now we got competition because tonight only, I'm going to drop the course to $2, $249. Yeah, for volume 1. I know Al is dropping his at $250, but I'm going $249 tonight. I have to do it. We're
just losing money.
This is unbelievable, but we're going to do it tonight for you guys only. Unbelievable. So appreciate that, Al. But
who made that statement?
Al has a comment here I want to address. He said 5'11", 170, bench 250. Love my girlfriend who is in Russia. That comment to me is so. Are you dating a girl who? I'm just curious about that comment.
Jump on the stream.
I read it as his girlfriend is 5'11", 170 pounds, and benches 250.
No, not his girlfriend.
That's how I took it.
Yeah. Well, anyways, in response to Al, you can see I dropped the price to $249. Just saying. So we're gonna, competition is healthy in business. So that's what we're gonna do because of Al. So, anyways, that's a joke, guys. Just so you know.
Does Al want to come on the stream and discuss?
Al, you're welcome to come on. I'll drop the link in there. But the only thing that this is a whole nother topic is long distance relationships. Oh geez, guys, I don't think I could ever do it. I got to be honest with you. I don't think I could meet a girl in a different country and then do, do the video chat thing and it's just, to me, I don't know. I'm not going to say that it's not possible or it doesn't work, but it seems to me it's a tough one.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
It seems like a lot of work. So I get the whole location maxing. He does say, no question, it sucks. Yeah.
If it sucks, why do it?
Yeah. Well, the reason I feel for you, man, is Al, is because I get it. I do. I understand that there is, there's always that. Oh, I guess it's the hope or the, unless you know where she is 24/7, buddy. This is cold hard truth. I hate telling to a guy. It bothers me inside my soul. That if she's not easily accessible or readily accessible to you, boy, man, it's a recipe for disaster. And
yeah, you don't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
And Al, this sounds like 90 Day Fiance. That show where they meet women on visas and they gotta get them to the United States and marry them before they have to go back. and then all of the relationships are just disgusting. Maybe you're the unicorn, Al, but
Yeah, no, yeah, we're not gonna, Al, we're not on this program to knock you by any means. We had visas and shit lined up, but COVID crushed it. Well, maybe there was, if there's something legit there, then more power to you. I'm not gonna knock you, but the comment at first kind of hit me a little bit funny because, again, I'm the guy that's for you guys, man. I think everybody on this channel that comes on here, we are, when I say pro men, we want the best for you guys. We don't want somebody to be fleeced. We don't want somebody to be taken advantage of. I don't know the situation, so I can't comment on it, but for what little you did comment on, I don't know.
He says he loves her.
Yeah.
That's, that means that you're looking over the red flags too hard. There's a lot of red flags here, and that's what we want to point out. I wish you well, but I hope you still have the ability to walk away. I hope you feel like that you're not so invested that you can't walk away. That's my fear.
Marty, I love what you just said there. That's a great advice. We hope the best and wish you the best, but if you have to walk away, yeah. That's the best attitude to have. So also I want to bring up John Boston real quick. He said, I bought the Tony Bruno course and recommended I was going to Italy and meet a girl, but with the Tony Bruno course, I saw my stupid ways. I would pay 10 times the amount for that course. John Boston, thank you. That's a great great advertisement for the course that we spent so much time on. But
I feel like John's being serious. He's just talking about another Tony Bruno.
Yeah, well, he is. And for anybody that knows that, just so you know, Al put his course up for $250 tonight, and I dropped ours to $249 tonight, and that's volume 1. So I know we had said on Saturday night stream that it was $2,999 for all 10 courses, and that was 12 courses condensed into 10. And I'm glad John he's picking up on where we pick up on different situations. So, but tonight only, it's $2,000 for all 10. We're going to take another $999 off. Yeah, that's what we're doing for you guys. So that's it.
What happened? What did Al just say? You dated a Canadian girl, another foreigner? I don't know if he's from, I don't know where Al, where are you from? Are you American?
Lord, I was born a rambling man.
He says, Marty, I get it. We are not settling in the West. Okay, well, that's good. That's a damn good start. That's for sure. I'm going to, and let's see what Viv says. Yeah, if you're not available at all times, it makes a lot of suspicion. Got to be actively engaged as much as possible. Because if a man keeps tabs on you, then you are up to no good. Yeah, we don't want to. I appreciate that. Of course, I walked away once. My last date was with a Canadian girl, brought me back. John Boston said, you guys are the best. I appreciate. John, you're the best, man. I appreciate your comments, man. You hanging in there with us. And Al says he is Canadian. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It's a little different. I don't know what to tell you. Just keep your frame. Al, just keep frame, be able to walk away. Love yourself. Don't make excuses to tolerate bad behavior. You want to do this, you want to take a chance, go for it. I don't recommend it, but you follow your heart a little bit, but follow your brain. I know that reason, you need to use reason. You need to be logistical. Like I say, you can't deal with an irrational woman with logic. The same thing goes for your heart. Your heart makes you make irrational decisions, and it ignores the logic your brain tells you.
I hate to do this, but I'm just curious. Does Al's girlfriend ever bring up, hey, Al, on Skype or something, hey, Al, I'm going on girls' night out tonight? I'm just curious. Does that ever happen, Al? Does she say she's going out with the girls? Just curious.
It might be tough in Mother Russia to go out. Depends where she is. It could be -200.
Yeah, I think the whole COVID thing has really any long distance relationship. Okay, he commented never. Good for you. Well, we're going to give you an A+ in that category.
Yeah.
My most important question: how much have you sent her?
Well, I'm going to say that he's met her before.
But I wonder how much money he sends her, because that's a big problem with overseas. And I'm very curious, because if he's sending her money, I'm 3 a.m. Al's laughing.
No, that was it was Emmanuel. He's in Ireland.
Several times. That's what bothers me. Is, are you buying her love in a way? Does she feel like, is it if you stop sending her money, would she
let me ask Al a real quick question. How much time have you physically spent with her? That's the question. In other words, have you spent a month over there? We don't know how you met her. Were you in Russia? So we've met in person several times. Okay, good.
But how much cash? I'm so curious of how much cash you've sent her. Are you supporting her, or she lives with her mom? That's not a problem for a woman, especially in a country like Russia. The economics are not what the United States is, and and I'm also curious if she has kids. There's just a lot of variables we don't know to make a great judgment. I know Primal Man's probably dying inside thinking, what the hell is this guy doing?
No, I just want to know what's the reason he's sending her money? Does she say like, hey, me and my mom are a little short this month, or or hey, I want to buy this, and he's sending her money? Like, is it personal for her personal gain, or is it for like helping her mom or something? So I'm just curious why. I'm curious why he's sending her money.
Well, at least he has no kids.
Are you kidding me? No kids.
Okay, at least there you go. At least that's a red flag.
You're answering all the questions, Alan. I appreciate that, because these are important. The difference is, I think, also the difference. Let's put into context to guys right now. Let's say Al. Let's say Al, if you're sending her thousands of dollars, which I'm going to doubt right now, because if you're throwing her $100, couple $100 here and there, and it's also in context to what you make. So I think that's important. I think that's an important context that we don't want to miss here. So if you're sending her $100 to get food or get a new clothes or something as a gift to her, I think that's different. But how do I put this? If it's different if you're sending her money without her asking, let's put it that way.
Yes. Good
to kind of boost her along, to help her along because you care about her. That's
just he keeps saying no, but I don't know what he's saying no to.
He says he's not sending her money, I think. And I'll give him a lot of credit for that.
Oh, okay. He said he's not sending her money?
Yeah, she's saying he doesn't send her money.
Oh, I thought he said several times.
Okay, let me ask the question then. What do you send her money for? If you're sending her money for, let's say, as a gift, like, hey, get yourself some new shoes, or get yourself some essentials, I think that's okay. I'll give that a pass. Something that's essential to live, especially now. Again, $100 US probably goes a lot longer than $100 in the United States, goes in Russia. So
also, if he's sending her money to buy laundry to take pictures with and send to him, that's another good thing,
Birthday present. Okay, cool. Good. Okay, good. Okay, he said does not need me to send money for food. Good. Okay, cool.
I think he just gives her money just because he wants to.
Does she smoke and drink Stoli? Okay, good. She does not need me for essentials. Okay, cool. Good.
I think he just likes sending her some extra cash.
Yeah, okay. So it's a gift of appreciation, and that's okay. Okay, good. But he has met with her, and he spent time with her. So
he might have something going.
Yeah, you know what, Al? I'm going to wish you the best, man. I'm going to wish you the best. You've answered the questions. Again, you've got you had 5, 6 experts on earlier. Now you only have 3. So, but I really do appreciate your feedback because I think this will help a lot of guys. So, she does not drink and hates me smoking cigars. Well,
hang up.
Ooh.
That's all right. Keep smoking the cigars. That's all I got.
Yeah, do not stop smoking your cigars, Al.
Yeah.
Do not stop. Let her hate it. She's got to hate you for something. I promise you.
Yeah. So, Al, all I want is an invitation to the wedding, whether it's in Russia or not. But all 3 of us would like an invitation. And when the world opens up, we're coming. We're coming to Al's wedding. That's for damn sure. Russia, here we come.
Here comes the boys from the U.S. of A.
That's right. Yeah, you got it live. So anyway, we'll what does he say? My cigar smoking Canada can't get to Russia.
I like this guy.
He's in Canada too. He gets the real good cigars. And he gets them cheap. So good for him, man.
Nice.
So let's jump back on our topic for tonight, and that's dating in 2021, clown world. Any last comments, guys?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly touch church girls. We didn't touch on church girls. I'm sure some guys are curious. Like Pat was saying, the extreme with like what he said, the trad church girls kind of thing. Let's go there really quick because some guys may be interested in it.
Do you want me to play the Jesse Lee clip real quick?
Sure,
why not?
That'll give us a little context, guys. Here we go. I'm going to play a little clip from an interview I had with Jesse Lee Peterson. And anybody in the chat, I want your feedback on this right now. So here we go.
And women become sex dealers and men become sex addicts. Women become sluts and men become slut makers. It's not good. When you meet a woman, you should date without the sex. I know it. You're a sex maker.
Once in a while, I have been.
You're a slut maker.
Once in a while, I'm a little bit guilty on that.
I used to be one too in that father state. I used to be a major slut maker. But I didn't understand at the time. I was in a fallen state. But women are looking for a father's love, and so are men. And men are trying to get it from the woman because the mother took it away from them. They try to give their innocence back, and women don't have it. Women are looking for men to be right so they can help them come out of the hell that they're in, the anger and all that, right? But instead of getting the father's love from men, they get screwed. And it just goes downhill from that. Men gotta get right.
I just love that. There's something about the part when he says, "Get women out of the hell and the anger that they're in." That just absolutely kills me every time. So that's a little bit of context of what Man's talking about. We're talking about a moral, religious point of view. So let's breach that topic right now.
So, Gene, do you get success in meeting women in church or at functions?
Yeah, I mean, I have. I'm still young, but I grew up in a traditional Christian, setting. But I was just curious because some guys might be interested in, can they find a woman in church? And I was curious about Marty's experience with trad or Christian women.
I had good experiences. I like women that have very high morals, that just know when something's wrong, that decide this is just not right. Infidelity is something I don't tolerate. So, if a woman sees if someone falls on the floor, I want to see a person help to pick the person up. If an old woman slips, there's people in New York that'll walk past them, and then they're the people that'll help pick them up. And to me, that's important. Is good people in this world, and I can't sleep at night if I'm dating. I don't really date. If I'm with someone who's just a terrible human being, it just makes me feel like crap. And I get where Gene's coming from, and you need to have, you know, your morals line up. And if you're very religious, I understand why lining up the same belief system. It's very important. You know, I get it. I don't want someone who's soulless, who like, what was it, Seinfeld, where they're laughing at the poor guy getting robbed instead of being a person of action and helping or screaming or calling 911.
Wasn't that the last episode?
Yeah. It was
that was
Good Samaritan.
Yeah.
I just believe that, you know, what Gene's got a good point, to a degree, that morals are very important, especially trust. You're more likely to trust someone who has good morals as opposed to a human being who cheats and steals all the time.
What's been your experience with church girls? Christian
Well,
women?
like my ex-wife's a cheating whore, but that's another story.
She was a devout what? I know you're gonna say.
Was a Catholic, Roman Catholic.
Devout Catholic.
Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
Hey Frank, what's up? And
So Frank,
Frank, real quick, if you want to jump in, you're welcome. I'm going to throw a. In fact, if anybody wants to jump in right now, I just threw a StreamYard link in the chat. You are welcome to join in. We're probably going to be on not that much longer, but we'll go as long as you have questions. So,
Gene, but I will say the best thing that happened from my marriage was my two kids are very spiritual. My son got a full ride. He had full rides everywhere. He went to a prestigious high school, and he chose St. John's because it's from his diocese, the Brooklyn Queens diocese. And, you know, he's a very spiritual kid. He's red-pilled, you know. He doesn't want to get married until he's accomplished his life, but he does believe in marriage. He wants a religious marriage. And my daughter also, you know, she believes that, you know, in being pure and looking for the right guy. She, even though she's into music and current culture, she's not into that Cardi B WAP crap. You know, she's into K-pop, which is so innocent, these girly guys. And that's fine. You know, she's a girl, she's a teenager, and she's a good person. You know, she still helps people. You know, she still helps with the church, even though I'm not around to take her as much. And my son he's a very good man. And I'm very proud of, at least I got that out of my ex-wife, that as soon as she left the church, they didn't follow her. And that I'm actually very proud of. And I would say is probably the highlight of my marriage, was that I have two kids that really are good human beings and will contribute to this world in a positive way.
good. Yeah.
I just want to say cheers to everybody that's on. Our stream is getting a little bit larger right now, so we'll stay on as long as everybody's watching. I am going to contribute right now, and since we're after dark, it's time for a little fireball, guys.
Wow.
I'll have a little mush. I'll have a little shot of
Hey
red wine.
guys, keep this in the house. Women love Fireball. Have your bar stocked. You want a pro tip? Have your bar stocked. Make sure there's Fireball in there. Okay. Not expensive. Bottle like this is like, I don't know, what is it? 15, 20 bucks. So
Really? Mm-hmm.
you know, Fireball is cinnamon whiskey. So, but
I
cheers.
like to drink Fireball when I'm camping around a fire when it's cold outside.
Yep.
I typically do not drink it. I drink I drink bourbon, something, you know, a little more, I don't know, sophisticated or whatever. But Fireball is good. Like if you're just having a good time, just don't care about what you're drinking.
Yeah, it's nice. My brother, I know he cringes. I think I had another one is Screwball. Are you guys familiar with that? Screwball?
Yes.
Yeah, it's peanut butter whiskey. It's fantastic. If anybody likes peanut butter and you like whiskey, it's, you know, I bought my dad a bottle of that, and I had gone over there and I told my mom, I'm like, wow, you know, this is a couple weeks later. I'm like, wow, he really likes that bottle. It's half gone. She's like, oh, no, that one's already gone. This is the second one. He picked up another one. And I'm like, nice. So just so you guys know, if you guys like the Fireball, there's also there's a cheaper brand. I think Jim Beam makes a cinnamon whiskey. It's a little bit cheaper than the Fireball. Also Screwball, there's one called Ram's Point, and that's what I got my dad. In fact, I bought a couple customers of mine that as gifts, a couple clients. but it's a peanut butter whiskey. But it's the generic, or not the generic, but the name brand is Screwball. But you can get Ram's Point is actually half the price. So a bottle is like $15 instead of $30. And it's exactly the same. So, but if you like peanut butter and you like whiskey, give Screwball or Ram's Point peanut butter whiskey a try. If you like cinnamon whiskey, give Fireball or the Jim Beam cinnamon whiskey a shot. You know, so again, my brother cringes when I talk about a flavored whiskey or flavored bourbon or whatever you want to call it. Now, I do have Basil Hayden over here on the bar also, just so you guys know. So.
Before. I just want to say too, cognac goes great with a Maduro cigar.
Yeah,
like, a cognac and a Liga Privada number 9 goes great together. If you're into cigar pairings.
Yeah, all that. I'm going to bring Mr. Finn on real quick here too. Also, awesome. Good to see you, man.
Oh, he's got the pipe. Look at this. Good show yesterday, Mr. Finn. Too fast. He was too short.
Hey guys, how you doing, man?
How are you?
How's
Enjoying the show tonight?
Yeah, it's entertaining. You know, I always love hanging out with you guys. You know.
Good. We're glad you're on here. Anybody else that wants to jump on, click that link I left in the chat. I'm going to pop it in there one time. Also,
you had a good show yesterday, Mr. Finn.
Thank you, sir. I made that show, you know, it's funny because as an English teacher, my focus is communication, and I was remembering Dippin and a lot of other students of mine, they have problems with conversations. They have problems engaging and interacting with people. A lot of it comes with this lack of confidence and stuff. So I'm trying to help out with that, you know. Thank you.
Well, dude, that's awesome. Because damn Dippin is going to be a project of ours. He's going to be a project. He is. I know, you know, they've talked about him on the
MGTOW.
If you guys watch the stream on MGTOW Dictionary, there's a lot of guys that came on MGTOW Dictionary, which I think that channel is an absolute riot. But it was, I'm sure Marty, you saw it. It was like Dippin' Dick. It was all these trolls came on. We haven't had any trolls tonight, which is awesome so far, but it's early yet. But Dippin, you know, again, I'd like to get him on with Stedman. Were you watching when Stedman was on?
Tonight I was, yes.
Okay, what do you think of Pat?
Yeah, great insight, you know?
Yeah.
It was good stuff.
Pat's a good guy. He's not your typical dating coach. Again, if I was to refer anybody, you know, there's also guys, you know, I'm not going to discount like Steve the Dean Williams. One of the best things that Steve the Dean says is, why are you making it about the woman? Like guys, he'll say, you know, there's 2-hour, 3-hour streams of men just complaining about the women. No, how about making it about you? How about, you know, I'm big on ownership, extreme ownership, kind of the Jocko Willink thing. Like, own up to your shit, guys. It's about time. Okay. Yep. I'm not saying you got to be a simp or be a pussy, but own up to what you've created in your own life. You know, Coach EO is another one. It begins and ends with the man. Yep. To me, that's a great quote. It's all about the men, guys. It's about you and what you provide. When I say provide, I'm not saying provide to a woman, but provide to the circumstance, the situation. Okay. It's about the man. And it's not a knock on women by any means. But guys, it's time to step up. If you're having a problem dating in 2021, it's your problem. And that's the cold, hard truth. It's your problem. You don't need a course that's $700. You need to go out and talk to fucking women. Yeah. You know how you get to know women? Go speak to them. Go talk to them. Interact with women, whether it's women at your job. Kind of get the feel of speaking to a woman and understanding just basically their makeup, their biological makeup. Understand that and deal with it. And create something. Speak. Open your mouth. Don't be afraid to speak. Let me tell you guys something. I remember the first time I started doing live streams. I think it was Halloween. It was difficult for me to speak. Now I just say, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and speak. Say what's on my mind. Do I pull back a little bit? Of course I do. I pull back a little bit. You know, I'm not here to bust balls. Will I knock out a troll if I have to, of course. Are we the cold, hard truth? I'm going to say we're the real cold, hard truth with a rational man's perspective. Okay. I believe, weren't you nominated tonight as the rational male? Not
Marty. Yeah,
I was.
Marty.
Yeah.
Marty.
Yeah. So he was our nominee, and I'm going to say we're going to go ahead and take a vote on that. I'm going to say, Marty, one here.
As long as I'm not the Rolo of the night.
I ain't voting for Marty. I'm not gonna vote. I'm voting for me. I'm the rational male.
No, I'll second it. We'll do 2-2.
Well, it's 2-1 anyway. So anyway, you are the rational male for the evening.
There we go. 2-1.
But that could be a bad thing. That means you're the Rolo of the group.
the fraudulo.
We're going to bring Paul on. Awesome.
Do my eyes make me look that bad? Do I look that sick? Do I look like
Paul? What's up, buddy?
Oh, Paul, what's up?
How's it going?
Where's the pipe, Paul?
I got done smoking that a few hours ago.
No, he had a good picture with his new pipe.
Yeah, I sent it to Tony and Gene too.
Wait, I missed it. I didn't get it.
I sent it through Instagram.
Oh, okay, cool. I haven't got it yet. I haven't looked at it yet. But yeah, Paul, I'm glad you're on, man. Awesome, man. Your insight is always valuable, and the reason I say that is you're a young guy. You're a absolutely intelligent dude, man. Just blows my mind at 19 years old that we can have somebody that is as rational. Well, geez, wow. We might have a new nominee for tonight for rational male of the evening, but Paul's insight is invaluable here. It really is. He's given guys, like right now on our stream. Let's go over guys' age. I'm 58. Marty, how old are you?
42.
Man,
33.
Ben,
I'm a month shy of 43.
Okay, and Paul, you're 19, correct?
Yeah, I'll be turning 20 in 9 days.
Wow, younger than my son.
Birthday, yeah.
He's younger than my son.
Yeah. So what you're getting here, guys, is you're getting information from the broad spectrum of the Manosphere. Earlier, we had on the president of the Manosphere, Anthony Dream Johnson. We had on Pat Stedman, which, I thank these guys. Check out their channels for sure. Check out Pat Stedman on Twitter. Check out his website. In fact, I'll put a description. I'll put a link in the description of the video for Stedman. He's awesome. If you guys need some solid advice or want to talk to somebody, hell, you can reach out to anybody here too. That's for sure. But I'll throw Stedman in there, and also follow 21 Studios, Anthony Dream Johnson for sure. But again, we're going to offer this to any guys out there. If you guys are looking for any type of advice, I don't care what it is, and I don't even want to call it advice, but if you guys got to reach out to somebody, reach out to anybody on this panel. You can find us all on Instagram. You can find me at T21Surfer on Instagram or Twitter. And I do want to shout out to everybody that has reached out to me since I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. I'm not going to say anybody's names because I do appreciate all the feedback and just the comments that you guys have made. It makes me feel good that we're doing something here. So Marty, you can reach out to him on Nutshots on either YouTube, give a comment for sure, or Instagram at Nutshots. Primal Man, you can find him at Mantidote. Okay, that's MAN_Todote, like antidote, Mantidote on Instagram. You guys, again, this is free. There's no charge here. Guys I want guys to be able to reach out to somebody that they connect with.
Yeah.
Okay? 5 different guys. Mr. Finn, it's English with Mr. Finn on YouTube or on Instagram. Yeah, so reach out, guys. You got a broad spectrum on Paul. Somebody needs to reach out to you. How can they find you?
I don't have any platform other than Instagram, but that's pretty private. So
okay, all right.
But when I start, then I'll definitely start sharing that.
Okay, all right. We got one guy coming on right here. Hang on, guys. Okay. Okay, Clark. I'm going to bring you on real quick, man. So quick, say your piece.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm really well, thank you.
So what's up? What's up tonight? Where you from, bud?
Oh yeah, I'm here from England. I thought I'd say hello because I've been watching your channel for a while. I thought I like your content. I finally got the courage to say hello. So
Okay,
yeah.
any words for tonight on the topic, which is dating in Clown World 2021?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't mind the you know, the cosplay and stuff. I don't mind it, but I don't like it because I'm a traditionalist. You see, I'm a Christian, so it goes against me Christian nature.
Okay, and
You
you're
know.
talking about the cosplay. So is what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, generally, yeah.
Okay, when you say cosplay, for people that don't know, that's costume play, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be taken in different contexts, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, cosplay is against Christianity?
Well, it depends. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about it. You know, there's you know, the nativity and things. You know, you could class that as cosplay.
You mean like sexual cosplay? Like role playing?
No, of course not. I mean, just general cosplay. I mean, you know, it's about you know, copying something that you're not. It's quite unchristian, whether
Okay.
it's sexual or not.
I have
it's like an evangelical thing where you can't. Is that what you mean? Are you evangelical?
No, I'm a Catholic.
And cosplay is okay. I'm
Well,
not.
are
I'm
you
not
Catholic?
familiar with that.
Are you Catholic?
No. But
So
I've never
how
heard
can
of
you
it.
tell me what's okay in the Catholic
No,
Church?
no. We got Paul Galvin. Paul Galvin is 19 years old. He's a extreme. We'll call him an extreme Catholic.
Right.
So Paul Galvin, and just so you know, blood cart.
Yeah.
I have an interview on my channel with a
Right.
cosplayer.
Okay.
He is a guy that looks exactly, and he's a friend of mine that's local here, looks exactly like Andrew Lincoln from The Walking Dead.
Okay, and so what's your stance on what is your stance on this?
On cosplay, I don't have any stance on it, to be honest.
No, on Christian. Are you a Christian yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what denomination?
I am a Christian, period. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. That's what
Protestant,
I believe.
pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So you believe in so your head of state or your head of your religion is Queen Elizabeth, correct?
Absolutely not. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm in the United States. I could give a flying shit about Queen Elizabeth. Yeah.
Well, that's quite rude. Why would you care about my queen?
I'm sorry.
I said, why would you care regarding my queen? That's quite rude.
We don't care.
It's no disrespect. I just don't. It has nothing to do with your queen. She's not my.
Yeah, but I would never disrespect your.
No, I'm not
president with a curse
I'm
word.
not disrespecting your queen by any means.
Well, you know, it seems like you are.
I don't know what your queen has to do with the Catholic religion. So.
Well, somebody just said that they're Protestant, so by default, the head of the church is our queen.
No, that was my comment. I was pretty much like saying
okay,
like Tony Bruno's along the side of Protestantism.
Okay, that's fine. You know, you can believe what you want, even if it was a religion.
But let's go back to how does cosplay offend you in terms of dating? I'm a little confused here.
Well, it depends if you want to delete. If you want to I apologize, I misspoke. if you want to date a priest, yeah, and you dress up like a priest or a priestess, shall we say, or vicar is a better word, then that's offensive.
I could understand, yeah, dressing up as a priest maybe, and having the woman dressed like a little girl or a nun. Yeah, I can understand that. But in general, if someone's dressed like Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse, that's just fetish. That's nothing offensive.
Yeah, but nobody's mentioned that. We're talking about religion, aren't we?
How common is people dressing like priests? I'm a little...
Well, I thought this was like a religious place. I thought you were talking about religion.
No,
we do. We broach all different topics. I mean, if that's the topic you want to jump into tonight, we'll go there for sure.
Blood clot.
Yeah,
do you have a question?
Oh yeah, I'd just like to know why you're talking about like your last commenter just mentioned dressing like Mickey Mouse. Well, who would even think of that?
Well, number one, I live in New York, and number two, I don't find offense to, like, I believe in letting other people live. If people don't want to be a denomination, if they choose to believe in a different faith, I don't push anything on people and I don't judge people. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is I do understand if people are dressing like priests, it's offensive. I understand where you're going with that, but if they're not hurting anyone and they're not openly doing things to hurt you, you're actually falling for their bait. You can't let
okay. Well, that's all well and good, but where the hell did dressing as Minnie Mouse come into it? You know,
I'm just making an example. There's a difference between dressing like a priest and dressing like Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is not sacrilegious, right?
Well, neither is Minnie Mouse. I mean, I don't
neither
understand.
Is Minnie Mouse, but dressing like a priest can be considered offensive.
So if I dressed as Goofy, for instance, would that be classed as sacrilegious?
Not one bit. You want to dress as Goofy? Go ahead, man.
Well, there you go. I mean, if I wanted to dress as Mario, would that be sacrilegious?
That would be cool.
I don't really know what your point is.
But what are you asking about? I'm a little confused, Blood Clark.
My point is, I'm a Christian. I think your values are warped as a Christian. I don't think it.
It depends. If you're a diehard Christian, then my values don't align with you. Obviously,
I'm half Muslim as well. My wife is Muslim. My wife is Muslim. I'm Christian. So
this just took a big left turn right now.
Oh no, I'm just telling you, like our values, our religious values. So I'm a Christian, born and raised. And my wife is a Muslim, born and raised.
And you don't find you in your relationship, to be honest?
Oh no, it's completely fine because you know, basically, if she basically how it works, yeah. She's from Syria.
Does she wear a burqa and you wear a priest outfit?
No, it's not quite that strong. So basically, she wears a niqab, yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what a niqab is?
No.
So a niqab is it's like a full body dress.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I've seen it. Okay, but is that but that's a traditional thing, not a fetish thing where all of a sudden you got the
no, there's no fetish. Oh no, there's no fetish involved. No.
Okay. But cheers. If this works for you, that's fine. You know?
Yeah.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, so basically how it works is because her father he passed away like 2 years ago. So he passed on it was in his will. He said you're allowed to work in the shop that he passed down to her as long as you wear this. And that was his final wishes. So she needs to wear it.
How old are you?
I don't like it. I'm a Christian man, I like women to be, free.
But you made that decision when you married
I'd
her.
already married her.
Yeah.
So I'd already been married 1 year, and then her father passed away. And next thing is it's in her will that she has to
But
wear.
you're her husband now, though. You're her husband.
Yeah, I'm her husband. Yeah, I'm legally married.
Let's back up here. Now you said you're in England, but boy, you have a Scottish or Irish accent, big time.
Oh
right?
no, it's a Liverpool accent.
Mm-hmm.
That's Liverpool.
Yeah, it's technically England. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
But it's a mixture of Welsh, Irish, and Scottish. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say because I can really pick up. I have a Scottish friends and Irish friends, boy, and I'm like, boy, that doesn't sound like English at all.
I'm telling you, it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, go on. What's your next point? Yeah.
Do you like haggis?
I've never actually had haggis. I've never actually had haggis.
Anybody else on the panel had haggis?
No, but I'll try it.
Yeah, it's basically meat,
sheep
and
stomach.
rice. Yeah, right, baked in a stomach, and I've had a original version which was actually really, really good. So,
hey, Blood Clot, how long have you been married for?
Just before the pandemic. Yeah, like 18 months, 20 months.
Cool, man. That's really good. How is dating in England right now?
How is dating in England? I can only speak for me. What do you mean for a male or like a woman?
For you. Yeah.
How's dating for me? Well, I'm married.
Well, when you were single.
Well, yeah, it was. Well, obviously, I fell in with a woman, and I wasn't on the dating scene, as you'd say, because your traditional dating scene would be, going to bars and things. And like I say, I don't drink.
Mm-hmm.
How important is your religious values to you? Because it seems like you haven't pressed it hard enough on her. When you married her, did you make it clear what you wanted and what you would accept?
Oh yeah, of course.
And she just ignores you now because she's choosing her father's wishes, who's gone and can't judge her, over the man who's going to be with her for the next 50 years.
No. You misunderstand. The way it works with a Muslim woman, you need to sign a contract of what you will agree to and how you will treat her for a certain amount of years.
So you
it's a dowry. Well, it's a dowry, yeah. Of course. Because I love her.
Of course, it's voluntarily, man. I
voluntarily. Well, listen, I voluntarily signed up because I love her, and it's called a dowry. So I pay it.
Let me ask you a question. What?
Okay, well, I'm answering, and I'm telling you, I pay a family in Syria. I pay them £5,000, which is about, I think it's like $7,000 every year for the next 15 years. So that's like 105,000.
Okay, because I always thought that a dowry was that it's something that the woman brings to the relationship. I've never heard it the other way.
Oh no, it depends. If it's a Christian marrying a Muslim, then it's one way. If it's a Muslim marrying a Christian, it's the other way.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Wow, this is some good information I've never heard before. So, any questions for Blood Clot, guys?
But what matters is I love her, and that's what matters. We're expecting twins.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay. How old is she?
Well, this is another thing. Yeah, she's 41.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a question. You said you're gonna have twins. How are you gonna raise them? Are you gonna raise them Christian or are you gonna raise them Muslim?
Oh no, we're gonna raise them agnostic.
So that's agnostic. Really, is giving them their own choice.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
we're not going to fill the heads with you know, you go to hellfire and stuff.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
know.
Big
Are you going
difference.
to give them some
I kinda-
moral upbringing?
It's kind of weird how you come into the stream and you are essentially confronting everyone about the whole cosplay thing, and then at the same time you make this statement about how you're going to raise your children agnostic and not teach them about moral law. That's very contradicting.
Oh no, the way I see it, you know, because it does stand. The man of the house makes, you know, the decisions.
I don't
You
think
know,
you have a lot of power.
whether it's basically they're both Abrahamic religions, yeah.
But it seems
Well-
like you've lost a lot of your power in this marriage right now.
Well, I've lost a lot.
Well, or didn't have, because it seems like her father's wishes are just completely trumping something.
Oh
And you
no,
seem
I
very
mean,
unhappy
no,
that
it
he's
works.
gotta do
It
this.
works both ways. No, it works both ways. I've literally got like a lot. Pardon me. I've got an olive field in Syria, which is like I think it's like 7 hectares, and that's bringing in like you're talking $40,000 a year. So it's not like a one-sided thing.
Yeah, but I mean, when you talk about love and you're sacrificing, who gives a crap about an olive garden that's only bringing in 40,000 when you just seem very unhappy with your home? Maybe
Well,
in England.
why do I seem unhappy?
Yeah.
How do I seem unhappy?
Because you just said that she's got to wear this dress and it bothers you that in the shop.
Oh no! She only has to wear it when we visit you know, her parents and stuff.
Oh, so what's the comment or issue you're having?
No, in England it's okay. It's okay. She can wear what she wants. She can wear a bikini. I don't care.
Well, actually, she can't though.
Well, why can't she?
Because she's Islamic.
Muslim.
But
no,
she can in your personal space, correct?
Listen, she can wear what she wants around family. She can wear what she wants around family.
But what about out in public?
Well, no, not in public. No, of course not. I mean, why would you want to? Why would you want to wear a bikini in public? Would you?
I wouldn't want to wear a hijab at the beach personally. If I was a female.
Would you want to wear a bikini in like a normal street, or even on the beach?
Are you talking about me personally, or just
well,
like?
Yeah.
I don't think I would ever wear a bikini. No.
I'd wear a bathing suit on the beach.
I'd wear swim trunks.
Well, you know what? We're allowed to keep our. You know what? We're allowed to keep our sense of humor. The only thing I don't like about Muslim culture, I'll tell you this: we're not allowed to listen to music. You know.
Let me ask you a question, Blood Clot. How much of Islamic culture do you have to embrace in your marriage to her?
Well, yeah, okay, that's a fair question. I need to go to mosque every Friday. That's the number one rule, yeah. So I need to go to mosque every Friday. I'm not allowed to eat ham or drink alcohol. Listen to music. You know, I miss bacon. I do miss bacon. I used to love.
God. Yeah.
Well, is it worth it? Are you telling me it's worth it to be with this woman?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, listen. Normally you would be on any other channel, you would be torn apart. Tony's actually a very good guy, because if you were to go on and say I married a woman 8 years older than me, having twins, she's of a different religion, she's Muslim, and you would be torn apart.
Right.
Here at least we listen to what you're saying. We're trying to understand what's going on, and I'm still trying to get back to the original comment about cosplay.
Yeah, well, aren't you all fantastic people? Because none of what I've been saying for like 10 minutes is really fucking dickheads.
What did I, bro? I totally knew that you're bullshitting.
Hey, let me tell you something, blood clot. I'm gonna give you a lot of.
Are you on fucking drugs? Are you actually on drugs?
I'm gonna give you a lot of credit.
Hey,
I'm gonna
dude,
give you
there's some crazy people out there, right?
There are people in New York that are in your situation.
I want to give you a lot of credit because trust me, we are holding back.
Hey, I've stopped eating bacon because of me fucking beard.
Yeah, if you knew how much we're holding back on this stream right now, I can't even tell you. But you know what? I actually appreciate this because this was great because I had so much to say and
shut up, you old cunt. Shut up. Just shut up.
Oh wow.
Fucking stupid old swat. You believed it for every second. And you were trying to get all.
We were actually.
I believed it. Not gonna lie.
Actually, having a little bit of empathy.
Shut up.
We were having a little bit of.
Shut up, you googly-eyed old cunts. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Ban me.
We were having a little bit of empathy.
Just ban me, you fucking stupid old cunts.
Because listen, seriously, Blood Park, we were having a little bit of empathy for you because because you
had empathy because I was lying.
It's because
I was lying.
Me around.
I was clearly lying.
Don't overspeak me.
No, don't speak to me.
You fucking loser. Look, you got nothing else
you
to
fucking
do
loser.
But
you're a complete loser.
You're a fucking loser. But we allow losers on the channel. What we do is
we allow losers. Yeah, you don't allow Muslims.
And listen to their loser story.
You don't allow Muslims on, do you? You racist.
No, we're gonna listen to you because
Muslims are.
We're gonna listen to you because
because number one, you're a loser. We know that.
Okay. You know what? Hey, you know what? If you don't mind, I'm gonna.
You have nothing better to do because you probably drank too much and you're jerking off tonight.
I don't think I'm a Muslim. No, sorry, I'm a Christian.
Hey, no, listen.
Hey, you know what? I bought 2,000 hectares.
No, let me speak.
2,000 hectares.
Let you speak. So,
Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny how internet just brings out like the big men, right? That don't even show their face, and they're just so like
immediately. Dude, immediately when he joined,
that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna give him troll the fucking night. So he gets.
Immediately when he joined,
but just anybody who trolls, I just wish they would just give me the last fucking word because I'm really good at just pushing him back, and he's been banned, so it doesn't matter anyways. But yeah, so I'm gonna.
Right when he was talking, I texted Gene and I texted Tony, and I was like, this guy is a troll. It's like immediately I was like, he's a troll.
No, dude, I absolutely knew that. But who did we just lose? Oh, we lost Marty.
Y'all kept egging him on. I was about to fall asleep. The dude was boring as hell.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what I did. I hit a button.
The best part is that I'm holding back so hard that it's killing me. And it was great though. Look,
I believed it because there's so many pathetic guys out there.
I didn't believe any of it, but I wanted to keep going, so I just thought it was funny. So
I believe it.
You know, I was hoping it wasn't true, but when he talked about the $40,000 a year, hectares on the olive field in Syria, I'll tell you what, that was pretty. that was pretty convincing. So,
well, you know, I know stories that are more pathetic than that. I had a guy friend who is married. He's in a loveless marriage, and his wife brings guys home every other weekend. And he tolerates it. Like they high five him after he bangs his wife.
Oh my God.
After knowing this guy, anything's possible.
Lord. Oh God. So I'm gonna put the StreamYard link in the chat. So if anybody wants to jump on, you're welcome.
Trolls.
Yeah,
Anthony must have a troll story. I'm sure Anthony's got a troll story.
I'm gonna go ahead and probably pin this comment. Let me replace pinned message. So we're going to throw that right up there. It's pinned. Let me see here. Yeah.
Let's see if Anthony wants to pretend to do his fake troll scenario.
Yeah. So, oh God, that was great, man. Oh God, I love it. I love it. I do. I absolutely love it. I didn't expect this tonight. I didn't expect to be on this long. So let's do this. I want to go. I'm gonna use the restroom, but I'm gonna go to Paul Galvin with tonight's topic. Again, anybody that is in the live, if you want to come on live, you can troll us. You can give us your best shot. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna give Blood Clark Troll of the Night. That was great. But the only thing is, okay, if you're going to troll us tonight, just give me the last word. Just give me 30 seconds to shred you, because I will shred you way more than anybody else will on YouTube. That I will guarantee. Okay. But so anyways, I got it pinned in the chat if anybody wants to come on live. But I want to go to the topic real quick, which is dating in 2021. Okay. Dating in clown world. I'm going to go to Paul Galvin and take it from there.
Excuse me. Sorry. I think if you're in my age group, try to find some traditional women. I've talked to Gene about this several times. Go to church, find a traditional Catholic church, I would say. I'm a Roman Catholic, so I'm going to propose that. And if you're Orthodox, which I have a lot of respect for Orthodox Christianity as well, definitely go and try to find some traditional women, because they're out there too. And if you're in my age range and you're kind of you're hungry for some actual old school traditional methodology and doing things the original way, then that's the place to go to. So, and there's nothing wrong with going to church to find a girl. Nothing wrong with it.
That's where I found my wife.
Point case. There you go. Yeah. Are you Protestant or Catholic? Or?
Yeah, I'm Protestant, evangelical. Yeah. Okay. Bible believing, Bible reading, studying. Not as active as I used to be, but yeah, I hold truth, the word of God, and I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, if you really want something real, I mean, if you want to have fun, go have fun. But if you want something real, you got to find someone of value, and you got to find them at places of value, and school even, but even that can be a meat market, but church, school, places like that. Sporting events. If you're active in sports, meet someone who plays sports. Like, that's why I put in a comment way back earlier about, don't be married, unequally yoked. I mean, that when that guy was talking about that troll we had, right? He's Christian, she's Muslim. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's totally conflicting. Okay, yeah, both come from Abraham. Still, totally different values. Not values, but traditions. Totally different.
One thing that was insulting about that guy is I really wanted to call him out because I knew he was fake. I mean, you could ask Tony. I sent him a message immediately, like, this guy is so full of shit. But the fact that even afterwards, like, he wasn't going to just laugh it off and be like, oh, yeah, I got you guys, because that's what I thought he was going to do. He was actually extremely insulting afterwards. And I think the thing is, like, we weren't going a lot. I think a lot of us knew that he was BSing, or he could have been a guy who's in a really pathetic position, right? And so instead of us immediately being like, nah, you're a troll, like, come out, we didn't want to do that, because what if he wasn't a troll, What if this is actually a guy who needed help and actually needed advice? We weren't going to just immediately jump onto the whole, oh, what if he's like, oh, you're a troll, and come out of the closet and everything like that. If this guy was actually dealing with what he was saying, then we would want to be there and actually give him advice. And how at the end of it, he's also saying, like, you don't want Muslims on here because you're racist and stuff, which he totally pulled out of his ass. I'm sure Tony would allow anyone on the podcast whatsoever.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, you allowed that guy on here even after he came out as a troll. I mean, that in itself proves that you're going to allow anyone on here no matter what their viewpoint is. And so that was just completely wrong, and he pulled that out of nowhere. But you guys and all of us, we were gracious enough to hear him out and hear all of the stuff he was saying. And even though it was totally obviously BS, we weren't going to do that, because the possibility that he could have been actually a guy who's in this horrible lifestyle is it's a possibility, and we wouldn't want to push him away when we would have the opportunity to actually help him. So that was pretty nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it's unique that I can do this for people, is let them come on the stream. Do I get a little bit curious when somebody has an avatar? Of course. But we've also had avatars on people like somebody like JC, who is just, so valuable. JC, if you're out there watching tonight, dude, you are always welcome on. Guy's just great. And, there's a reason he doesn't want to put his picture up, but JC is authentic, real. I feel like I know him, I feel like he's one of the brothers. But there's a reason we do this, Paul, is because, again, like you said earlier, as crazy as it sounded, I mean, I was going to pull the trigger. I had my finger on my, on the mouse here at any second to dump him.
Yeah,
but,
you let him on for a while.
Yeah, and that's okay. But, I was sitting back and going, all right, this is 100% troll. But if it's not, like Paul said, which I'm going to give it about 90, I'll give it 95% troll, 5% it's not a troll, but that's okay. Unless I have that, if I didn't have that, I'm not going to say discernment right now, because discernment's not the right word. I think it's more of empathy for people that will join the live stream and talk to somebody. Again, when I was trying to speak to him and call him a loser and whatever else I was going to call him, again, that's the way people are. They won't let you speak. But you're talking, 5 a.m. in Scotland or wherever he's from, because that's a Scottish or Irish accent. He's had way too many beers right now. So, and we popped up in his YouTube live stream tonight. So, we popped up in his suggestion. So,
yeah, there's people out there who think that it is an ego thing when it comes to like trolling. It's like they think that we are so below them that we're not even worth engaging in an actual conversation about our beliefs at all. And so the only thing that they want to do is just join in, have their 15 minutes of whatever, and leave and be as nasty as possible, because that's what they think we're worth to them. And so it is a nasty system. And that guy, I mean, I'm sure the high from what he just did right now is blowing off. He's like playing a video game or jerking off right now or something. I don't know. But.
Exactly. And it's amazing to me that somebody has to get that. He basically was looking for a form of validation from us.
Yeah.
And that's kind of sad, And to me, a guy like that is a guy that
it's childish.
Yeah, it's not even childish. It's just that he has a useless life, and he's probably a drunk, I'm sure. And it is what it is. But trying to psychoanalyze this guy from Scotland or Ireland is kind of pointless at this point. But I'm glad he was on, and I think that a guy like that probably needs to actually seriously reach out to somebody, because what a poor life you have at 5 a.m. when you're drunk and you have to come on somebody's live stream and troll them. What a poor life you have. What a sad representation of your country, you know?
Well, this is normal now. This is what everyone does. This has been popularized on Howard Stern and other radio stations, and there's so many people that just love the troll. It's so common now. You know, Mr. Finn, when your live streams come, you're going to see the trollers if you ever let people on.
I mean, look, any one of us who come and do this online stuff and expose ourselves, we got to have tough skin, you know. And they can come. I don't get shaken very easy, you know. So I expect it. It's already happened a little bit on Instagram and stuff, and I don't care. It's all right.
Oh yeah, I mean, I go back hard, as you guys can see. I have no problem going back hard at anybody. Are you kidding me? Jeez, this is, you know, for me, it's fun. If you want to come hard at me, fucking come on, man. Let's go. You know, and I'm the same way in person. You know, you want to come on hard at me? Let's do it. You know, let's roll. Let's roll, buddy. That's the way I am.
The common factor is they'll never show their face.
Yeah.
They'll never make themselves available.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
You
I
know,
guess.
You want to play? Let's play. So,
I found it funny when he was like, he called you like a bald-headed cunt or whatever, and then everyone started laughing. Like no one was going like, oh my god, he called you bald-headed cunt. Like everyone just started laughing and everything. And I was sitting there like, yeah, he's trolling, but we're all like cool. We're all like laughing about it. But that's the ironic thing too, is because he was the one that was actually butthurt at the end of it. He's the one that was actually mad. We weren't even mad. We were just like laughing.
His emotions got the better of him.
Yeah.
He didn't get what he expected. Nobody's butthurt, you know. In fact, I think it's funny. I think it's great. It's great radio. It's great content when we get a troll on there. I mean, that's the fact is fact, you know. But to put him on here and listen to his story, you know, it is what it is. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, anybody else wants to come on and give me some shit, that's fine, because, you know, if you want to go hard, we can go really hard. That's a non-issue here, man. So, you know, welcome to the USA. You know, there's an American flag behind me because we live in the United States. You live in a shithole country. We know about the European countries right now. Good luck with that. You think we got it bad? You got it worse, buddy. And that's why you're trolling. So good luck with that.
Well, also Liverpool soccer sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, too. Yeah. But he was Scottish or Irish.
Yeah, we don't even know if he lives there. So
yeah, I'm gonna say that's a Scottish accent because I have Scottish friends. So that's
yeah, well, what Paul said is there's a lot of truth to that. Like we're in the age of the internet, you know, and streaming, and people that come on avatars and behind a screen and behind a keyboard. You got a lot of big shots out there, you know, big tough people with big mouths. But meet them in real life, they're probably very timid and cowardly and don't really.
Well, probably what happens. It's called beer muscles, is what happens. Yeah,
but it's common now. This is why there's so many issues. This is now there's a place where all these low lives, I don't want to say low lives, these people that just now they have a forum to band together and ruin people's lives.
Al, I'm not disparaging the UK, that's for sure. Anthony has a great comment. You can take my freedom. Well, you actually can in California. Oh God, that's great. You know, it's funny you said that because I wanted to have him. The guy one of my questions was, could you just yell freedom for us? Because I would have loved to hear it in that accent. So
freedom.
But enough about that, loser. So let's move on. Paul, you were talking about dating in 2021 in Clown World, and when I was away, I heard some great comments there. The only issue that I have with that is that's great advice to a young guy, but like going to the church and things like that, I truly don't think that works for a guy my age or a guy in his 40s. I think that finding, you know, me and Man had a big talk about this today, that any guy that's in his 50s, 40s, going to find a girl in his 30s, 40s, or early 50s, or any in that range, she's going to have baggage. There's going to be baggage, and that's the reality. So I think that is what's going to make the man, not, you know.
Yeah, I think, you know, I have a Roman Catholic worldview, and I'm also young. And so speaking purely from my perspective on it, that's what I would find to be the best option and the best way of going about it. As far as like other age groups and what you're trying to achieve as far as romance is concerned, that's I can't touch on any other forms other than what I believe to be the only correct pursuit of romance is, and from what my age group is and my worldview, that is what I ultimately think is the proper way of going about it as far as pursuing a partner. So,
and that's, you know, that's great advice, but because you're right, you're in an age group, again, at 19, you are very different from the average 19-year-old. When I say different, it's not a knock on you by any means, but your rational discussion on topics, and as far as like dating and things go, that's not a popular point of view in your age category at this point.
Yeah,
in life, especially in the United States. I mean, that's reality right there. So
there's a good video made by Jay Dyer, and it's talking about the top 10 things that's wrong with the world. And in that list, he was talking about how sex is the driving force for a lot of things now. Like it's promoted so much,
The hookup.
and I think it's been pushed to a point where I believe that there is a underlining movement that people don't know about that is actually trying to destroy the population, and one of the mind controls is using sex to control. I think sex is being used right now, and there's documents about this and stuff like that that you could look at, that's being used to control the population. That, along with other things like pop culture and everything. I'm going to be getting this book pretty soon called Esoteric Hollywood, and that goes in like more depth about it. But this movement of pushing sex on the population is really harmful, and I think we're seeing some of the results of that right now because of how screwed up the dating scene is.
I agree. I like one of the lines. I think it was Jack Donovan who said, "Nowadays, it's basically like you're masturbating with someone else's body." This sex culture, you know.
Yeah. Vigo says, "How old is everyone on the panel?" Vigo, I am 58. Mr. Finn, you're 40.
A month shy of 43.
Okay, and
42.
42, and then Paul Galvin is 19, going to be 20 in 8 days. So,
but Paul, I have questions for you. I have so many questions for you. Like, there are people that would give their soul to be 19 again. You know, you're in such an advantage right now. Because, are you a gamer, Paul? Because I see the gaming chair.
Yeah, I game.
So you know how many kids your age are already trapped in the beta mindset where they're watching girls on Twitch for hours, giving them money, just watching them play games?
Yeah, e-girls, yeah.
Like Tony and Mr. Finn have no idea how common that is for guys your age now to sit for hours on their computer watching women play video games and send them money.
Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. I go on Twitch to like support some friends of mine or to watch someone that I actually enjoy their content, and you go and there's a category called IRL, which means in real life. And it's pretty much they're just recording themselves doing like what we're doing right now, having a podcast or out in public. and it's a bunch of girls with like 20,000 viewers, and like their tits are hanging out, and it's like you're sitting there like, I know exactly what the people. This is 95%, 99% guys. I think the 1% are like female moderators or something like that. It is really bizarre, and that in itself is a big problem. I mean, like, kind of moving away from the whole sex thing. I mean, there are in my generation, there are kids who are so lonely that their only source of socialization is by watching a streamer on Twitch. And so that becomes like their only friend, which is a really sad phenomenon that happens.
I would say even more so nowadays, right? Because of these lockdowns and stuck indoors in front of a screen all the time. I would say that's
this was big before COVID. This was
no, I know, but I think it's just gotten worse or gotten more, you know.
And then they're giving money, and these poor girls are just terrible. They're not terrible. Some of you know what? They're making money. They know how to take advantage of the situation. But these betas, because my son shows me all the time. There's this one girl who's famous. She does this to so many guys. I forgot her name. These poor betas then, when they eventually go to college or actually start a social life, they become these white knights and feminists, male feminists, because they want to show these women that they're on their team instead of just being a man. And, you know, Paul's at an advantage where he's already unplugged from this. He's not sending them money as they sleep. There's people that watch women sleep. That's another thing. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And you know what? There's a lot of videos where women forget that they're live because they're so used to it, and they're caught doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. But
well, that's what they're saying. I think a lot of it is girls are like, oh, the camera's on. Let me, like, you know, I'm going to do something without them knowing, and then they get more views and more money.
But there's that one girl who had 5 million. The one girl had 5 million viewers, and she forgot. She thought she turned her thing off, and then she was caught, you know, doing stuff to herself, and she got banned. She lost her millions of viewers, but you're unplugged at least. You have a huge advantage. You're 19. You're already on your way to alpha. You're a highly moral spirit guy. You know, you're one of the few that's going to do well in life. Even if you do get married young, you're going to have a red pill mentality where you're going to learn how to vet properly. And just take advantage of the situation. And I wish we had more younger viewers that could see what an example it is, you know. But also what's sad is you're one of the few. As you can see, all these other guys are just pure betas, and they're joining the other team. Every day there's more of them, thousands of them.
It's hard. I got a gym partner. So I wake up at 5 in the morning and go to the gym. And my gym partner, he's not a dumb guy, but he has fallen trapped to a lot of the mainstream political stuff. And he kind of believes like the coronavirus is as dangerous as people are saying. He believes that masks work and stuff like that. He's that kind of guy. And you know, I've tried talking to him about it and like convincing him, but it seems like it always goes to the same place, which is, you know, you have your opinion, I have my opinion, and that's that. And like, I sit there thinking, like, is there any hope for some people? Like, it seems like they just refuse to listen to the truth. Like, they don't want to listen to it. And it's bizarre.
It's scary to some people, probably. You know, it's easier to just fall in line, I guess, for some people.
Maybe.
You know, to be alpha, to be man, to be out there, you got to face challenges. You got to ask those hard questions. You got to take risks. And I think for many people, there's a lot of fear involved in that.
Yeah, I mean, also like adding on to what Marty said, it's like the whole gaming community is really messed up. I mean, I'm into games, but for the fact that I think they're cool and interesting, like I don't use them as an escape. And I think that's an important thing to know is when you're using anything, not just games, if you're using anything to be as an escape, that's a problem.
Yes, I agree.
But I just use it as like a cool thing to do with my friends that I know in real life, by the way. I don't know anyone that I met through games. And it's just a cool, like, you know, kind of pastime activity, I guess. If I'm not doing anything, I'm interested in the artwork for some games, and that's kind of something I do on the side, but I still have my priorities and so on. But the gaming community is really, it's really awful. They're very secularist. They're very hyper intellectual, and they are the most left wing of the of most communities, I would argue, for sure, and the most what's it called, degenerate, I would say.
Yeah, well, it's funny you made a good comment, right? They're hyper intellectual, right? We live in the era of information, but where's the wisdom? Like, there's no more wisdom anymore. People are growing up, they don't have contact with grandparents anymore. They're not learning from past generations anymore. Oh, everybody's learning from screens. So you're right. There's a huge market of highly educated people that are unemployed. No one really has trades anymore. No one really knows. I don't say no one, but there's not a lot of people who have skills and trades. And it goes back to the point I made. Like, where's the wisdom? You could have intellect. That's good. You should be knowledgeable about things. It's really good. But having that wisdom to make right decisions, to question things, and that, I think, is the what's lacking big time nowadays, is with the wisdom. Where is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would say that I would think one of the, I personally believe, because the whole wisdom I think leads to truth. And so, like, I used to think that, you know, we have a lot of intellectuals out here. We have everything that we can access through the internet, but we're missing that link of wisdom. I kind of changed my position on that. I think a lot of it has to do with the subtle brainwashing in our society. Mm-hmm. And it starts, I mean, it's everywhere, but one of the main things is school pushes this idea of having a materialistic worldview and a evolutionary worldview, a naturalistic worldview, and a what's it called? I gotta look this up. What do you guys know? What the believing only that which you could experience through your sense data is? What is that called?
I don't know.
Well, it's. I guess withholding, it's constantly pushed this idea that the only thing that exists in life is matter and motion, and what people are missing.
Isn't that atheism? Like, we just exist, matter and motion, and we're just results of that.
Yeah, that's atheism. I would go deeper and say that's materialism. And in order to be an atheist, you need to be a materialist for that to make sense. But that is what's being pushed on people, and they don't realize that their underlying presuppositions can't be justified in that worldview. And so what they're left with instead is believing that there is actually no meaning to life at all, and that we're just an accident. And that is one of the root causes. I think the number one reason why society's messed up right now is this lack in belief of God. And so I think we're seeing just a lot of the result of that in general.
I feel that for me, that's like kind of so sad, because if there's no hope, it's just we live for now and just enjoy it. And there's like, what's to live for then? Just experience.
Yeah, it's nihilistic, but it's also completely contradicting. I mean, if you have a worldview that is only material, you cannot justify anything, literally.
Yeah,
and so
I agree.
Yeah,
you have no basis for morality. What's good, bad? That becomes.
It's to me, it's very black pill. We're going to use pills as a reference.
Well, not just morality, but also other presuppositions, the relativity or the uniformity of nature, the laws of logic, mathematics, all these presuppositions which we hold in our worldview. You can't justify that in a materialistic worldview whatsoever. So it's self-contradictory.
But
Let's
Paul,
jump on Vigo's question here. Who on the panel is married or divorced? I want to address this real quick because when you fill out like a loan application or something like that, or all these different things that you're gonna, apply for, have you guys ever noticed there's difference? There's like single, married, or divorced.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anybody notice that?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's the difference if you're divorced or single? Because I consider myself single, not divorced.
I'm divorced, and my only chance of ever getting married again is if the woman is super rich and I like her a lot.
Okay.
Where it just benefits me it's got to be where she has a lot to lose by marrying me. Let's turn the tables on.
What's the stigmatism of being divorced? What is that? In other words,
failure, maybe.
Failure.
I don't know.
On a loan, it could be maybe you could have debts like children, because married people tend to have a poor credit score or ability to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, single men are the most attractive when it comes to payments.
Mm-hmm.
So I think being what they call divorced puts you down to a second level tier, and being married is like the bottom of the barrel.
Okay.
But to go to Paul, what bothers me, Paul, is I feel these young people aren't doing it because society tells them. I just feel that, especially with the gamers, because my son's a gamer. I point because he's in the other room gaming right now, but he lifts. And the reason why he's not into these beta mindset is because he believes he can be somebody. He can lift weights and be attractive. All these gamers, they're looking for excuses to give up on life, to not eat right and lift weights and to be spiritual. They're just picking on the guys that they can't be. It's like when the nerds turn on the bullies. Not saying they're nerds, but that's what it's turned out to be. And it's these guys who would have no shot because they don't lift weights and better themselves. They're now thinking that by being nice that they can get women. It's like when you go to the Subway sandwich place and they punch your card after 10 meals, you get a free meal. They think that they do 10 nice things that they're going to get like a free touch on their wanker.
Free haircut. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not actually familiar with that phenomenon. So, I know. I know that there is this kind of culture for people who don't lift. Like if you're like let's say you're into bodybuilding or powerlifting, if you're a guy who's not into that, or to be more specific, there are people out there who will look at powerlifters and bodybuilders, and because they don't have the willpower to do that, and they have a very kind of nihilistic worldview, they look at something like that and they make fun of it by being like, why are you getting strong? There's no point in getting strong. There's no point in being that big. Like, you work in IT. Why are you trying to be so big? You don't need to do that. And it's like, that's kind of like the culture that I see. I guess that's the connection that I see with what you just said. And it's like, it's ridiculous.
No, I salute you, man, because you're going to be the guy that, if you're not married, you're going to be in high demand when these women get older and they realize they don't want these betas, or they're looking for a spiritual guy who's not beta. They're looking for a man to lead the house. And you have a tremendous advantage, Paul, especially if you're intelligent, right? And you think differently.
You think? I mean, nowadays, really, how many people actually think? They just go with the flow. They're led by their feelings and emotions. Not many people. And this goes back to what I said about the wisdom and thinking and analyzing and making judgment, asking questions.
That's the issue with everything we have going on. And again, tonight's topic was dating in 2021 in clown world. Nobody can make their own decisions.
Not anymore.
They're being what they're told to be. versus
So to get back into Tony's original thing about dating, I think a big problem that men run into is they're more worried about the opinions of other men. And sometimes they won't go out with a woman who they actually like because their friends tease them about it. Or, oh, look, her lip's a little off. Or she's got that little eye, she's got that little bag under her eye. And they're so worried about the opinions of others instead of just what makes them happy, And you don't need to date a 10.
The only thing I'll say about that is that I don't think you meant it in that context to where somebody will make you happy. I don't think you meant it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to correct you there, but I don't think anybody can make you happy. It's what you bring into your life. Okay, nobody can make you happy. That's your own choice. Is where you settle in your life. I don't even like the word settle. That's a word that really bothers me. When somebody says to me, "Oh, why haven't you settled down?" I said, "You said the key word right there, settle." That's the issue.
You're right, or someone they enjoy being with.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a great way to put it. The woman I've been dating right now is somebody who I want to say, I don't want to say I wouldn't. I don't want to say it's not somebody that I wouldn't normally date, but it's not somebody that I would expect to enjoy their company. Let's put it that way. Not that she's not a beautiful woman, she is, but it's not the norm for me. So am I worried about what somebody else would say? Absolutely not. Have I gotten any negative reaction? Absolutely not. But I think you made a great point there, is that guys are worried about what their friends will say, or, so we get back to where it's like, again, I don't like saying you don't need somebody in your life to make you happy. Okay. You have to be happy and good with yourself before you even attempt. I don't care if it's a casual relationship or you're thinking of getting into a long term, but if you're not good with yourself, it's never going to work, man. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's not going to work. That's the reality.
Yeah, I agree. I make that comment too, as like, for example, money. People think that all they need is money to be happy. I was like, well, if you're not happy already without having more money, you're not going to be any happier with the money. Sure, you'll be able to buy new things and you'll have that kind of freedom that money provides you, this kind of freedom to kind of do what you want and buy what you want, but still it doesn't really bring you happiness. If you're not happy with yourself and you think, if I just got with that person will make me happy. Well, not really, because you're still going to be that miserable person. If you just got with a good person, then you're going to bring them down. I often use the analogy that a negative, and I get this from Dennis Prager, because Dennis Prager is big about happiness is a serious problem, being happy more for other people rather than yourself. Because think about this: who wants to be around a negative person? Negative people bring you down. They just suck your energy like an energy leech, an energy vampire. And I use the analogy imagine you're standing on a table and someone is sitting on the floor. And you could be a pretty strong guy, but who's got the advantage? You're going to be linking arms. Who's going to pull who down or up? The person who's sitting on the ground is going to pull you down. They got gravity on their side, and just negativity is a dead weight. So you got to be happy first within yourself. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to paraphrase this, but it's one of the quotes from Abraham Lincoln. He says, "You're as happy as you choose to be." So we all got problems. If you think about it, there's issues that can bring it down, and you can be negative about it. But
let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever been like me? I'm super, super happy and positive about my life right now. I'm very happy where I am in life. Super happy. I'm happy about my physical well-being. I'm happy with relationships with friends. I'm happy pretty much all around. Do you guys ever find that your happiness will affect other people around you?
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
it's not that they're jealous, but like, why the fuck are you happy and I'm not? In other words, I'm going to do something to bring you down.
Well, they're energy vampires, and that's common. You know, everyone likes, what's the expression? Water level. Water seeks its own level.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but I've also seen where being positive brings up a room. There have been days where I had rough days at work, or someone just got under my skin and I allowed it. And I run into friends after work, and the minute you walk into the bar or restaurant and they're smiling at you, waving you over to the table, you just feel different. You know, their energy, their positive, their happiness changes your mood. Or if you meet a friend who's just, he's like the Matthew McConaughey of your friends, you know, hey man, what's up? You know, the dude, he brings you up, you know, he brings you up. Everything's relaxed, everything's chill. And, you know, and yeah, you get the energy vampires, but as we get older, we learn to push them away unless they're family.
Think about it. Think about it. Charisma, confidence. It's like what I was talking about in my last kind of 2 lives that I did. It is a magnet. You know, light shines and pushes darkness away. Look at people who walk into a room who walk erect, chest out, who are confident in who they are. They attract people. You look at them like, wow, look at that guy. You know, look at that person, and you know, and you wanna be around that person because it's like, you can think of like it's like an endorphin. You feel good. You know, and then negativity, you get negative people where they're bitching and moaning and complaining. It's like, oh my God, how can I get away from this person? You know? So in my opinion, and this is a personal thing, it's gotta be something that each person has to work out within themselves. You know, you can't get this from anybody. Sure, you can talk to people, you can look up motivational speakers and they can tell you all, you know, things that you want to hear, but motivation is very fickle. It comes and it goes. People need to learn to be disciplined. People need to learn to have a correct perspective on things. You know, 2 sides to every coin. It's how you're going to see it. How are you going to take it? You know, even if something bad happens, like as an English teacher and someone who tries to help people when it comes to communicating better, the words that you choose to use. You know, you have a problem. Don't look at it as a problem. Look at it as an opportunity to excel, as an opportunity to overcome, to show what you're worth, what you're made of. You know, because life is a cycle of problems and good times and bad times. And
you're talking, Mr. Finn, about true stoicism right now. And
okay.
Stoicism to me is like when somebody tries to knock you down, whether it be family or friend, you're still going to have a great outlook at the end.
Well, I believe I don't really care what people think. That's where I stand. Like I have a small group of people that I care like what their opinions are of me. Other than them, whatever.
I mean, I use an example to where I'm never that guy where I drop by somebody's house unannounced. Okay. But I can tell you that if I did, I'm welcomed. Okay, because I'm never the guy that would just drive by somebody's house and jump in their house. You know what I mean? Knock on the door. Hey, how you doing? That kind of thing. Do you guys follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I don't do that either.
So if I've ever done that, which is rare, I'm welcomed. I welcome people into my home. In other words, if somebody knocks on the door or comes unannounced, I welcome them. So I think that, to me, that's a part of how you kind of represent yourself. Am I making any sense here?
Yeah,
Yep.
you are. And it happens here a lot in Brazil. People show up unannounced all the time, or people here. It's they're spur of the moment kind of people. Like I get invites sometimes. Hey, let's go out somewhere right now. It's like, you can't do that. No, I can't. I'm a person. I like to plan. Like I got so many things I got going on in my days. Like literally, I can't just drop what I'm doing to just go hang out, you know, but it happens often here. But, you know, talking about this generation nowadays, talking about dating in clown world, if you're in the dating market, I'm not anymore, right? I know you three are, I'm not. But the way I see it is you got to be cool within yourself. Like you got to maintain frame. You got to be confident, and you got to know who you are. And this goes back to what I was talking about in my few lives about this idea of confidence. And what's the worst that's going to happen? Okay, that you're going to be rejected, or they may laugh, whatever. I mean, is your opinion, like, who is that person? Like who is that person who's rejecting you or laughing at you? Like, who are they to you? Like, they're laughing or they reject you. And why do you allow that from a person you're trying to maybe get to know or talk to? Why do you allow their opinion to affect you? Whatever. Look, change it around. Say, okay, it's your loss. I mean, not to say that, but think about that. It's your loss. All right, go on and move on. And that's hard for a lot of people, and I understand that.
You know, excuse me. It's funny when you talk about that. It brings me back to like Manosphere content. When we talk about all these different corners of the Manosphere, a lot of stuff we don't agree with. We can go as far as into like the turd flying monkey who lives with a doll, you know. I think he's sick. I think there's major issues there. Somebody had mentioned in the chat, I think when I had mentioned this guy a while ago, to where he's had some horrible upbringing. I don't know what happened in his family life, but his content, whether it be a content like his, black pill content, red pill content, dating coaches, all that stuff, I think is all necessary. And I think it takes a certain kind of man or men that are growing into this content. Again, we were, you know, our main focus was on dating, but I think it takes a certain kind of man to discern that and say, okay, what's right, what's wrong. And I think that's one of the biggest problems in our society today is what's right, what's wrong. Nobody wants to discern by themselves. In other words, nobody can think for themselves anymore. You need somebody to think for you. Yeah. Okay. Again, that's why, you know, we're dropping this course tonight for $249, volume 1, how to meet a high value woman. Again, that's a troll. That's kind of a joke, but that was done on last Saturday night. So guys, I think one of the main things is that we have this discernment as a man. You need to, when you know something's wrong and it's not feeling correct in your heart, in your soul, in your body, in your mind, then go with that. Because that's the real feeling we're feeling here. You know, what's right, what's wrong.
Well, you got to be true. And you can't be a poser. You can't put on masks. Okay, it may work once or twice. It may work in the beginning, but how long is that charade gonna last? Do you know? And that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, okay, dating in clown world. Okay, I'm not in the dating market, but still, if I were, I'm gonna be who I am wherever I am. And whether you like it or not, that's not my problem. That's how I see it. You know, I'm not going out of my way to make you not like me. But I'm not going to go out of my way to make you like me at the same time. I'm going to be who I am. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to be energetic. I'm going to be true. I'm going to be true to who I am, to what I stand for, what I believe. And that's it. And that's the point I'm trying to make. And, you know, we're in this clown world. And I think what we talked about, right? We got into this topics, right? These gamers and these people do that. You got all kinds of people and everyone has different end games or different interests. Some people just want to hook up. Some people just want to get an ego trip and they want to just see how many numbers they can get or how many people they can hook up with. And then you have people who actually want a legit relationship, you know, and you just got to walk your walk and talk your talk and be true to who you are.
Well, Al has a comment here. He says, how to meet a high value, high quality Slavic girl in America, volume 1, now only $199 plus a coupon for MLD's Salt Daddy course for 25% off. Okay, fantastic. We appreciate
It also comes with a mail order Slavic girl. So
that's an extra 6,000.
Does she have? Does she come
that's
with
the extra payments.
Does she come with both legs?
Yeah, and a bike pump too.
Let's do this. I'm going to go around the panel, and I'll start with me. And so we're gonna answer the question tonight of dating in clown world in 2021. Okay, the advice that I'm going to give to any guy. I'm 58 years old, guys, so I've been around, got a lot of wisdom. This is going to be my advice to you. And I think I gave this earlier in the stream, but go ahead and talk to women, whether it be in your workplace. When I say talk to women, I'm not talking about hitting on women, but get to know women, get to understand how they react, how they respond. That's the best thing that you can do. Most guys are not vocal. They don't know how to communicate at all. I mean, that's the reality of what's going on in clown world. There's no communication. Get out of the mainstream. Get out of the flow. Do your thing. Do you. Period. Do you. Don't do anybody else. You don't need a course that's $499. I've done all sorts of conversations with dating coaches and lifestyle coaches, from Coach Greg Adams to Alpha Male Strategies to Pat Stedman, but discern who would actually help you. And this is one of the issues that men have, is that we don't invest in ourselves, okay? So if you actually think that someone will help you, then go for it by all means. But discern who can actually help you if you need the help. Again, anybody on this panel, anybody who was on this panel, from Anthony Johnson to everybody, you can access through Instagram or Twitter. You can access me, T21 Surfer, Instagram or Twitter. So feel free to, that's a free plug right now to everybody on this panel. So, but go ahead, and my best advice I can tell you is go ahead and open your mouth, man. Just talk, communicate, speak, understand. Don't be a pushover, though. That's critical. Don't be a pushover. Okay. Don't argue. Know when to draw the line and say, I'm out of this conversation. That's critical. But discernment on who you're speaking to, how you're speaking to, and what you're speaking to them about is critical. So that's my best advice to a guy that is having an issue meeting a woman. Talk to other women. I don't care if you're in the grocery market and there's a woman in front of you. I'm not saying like hit on her, but I'm saying you can have a conversation with a woman without it being sexual, but to understand how they react to a simple comment, and that's going to help you. So that's the best advice I can give somebody to dating in clown world, is if you don't speak to women, you're never going to be able to speak to that woman that you want. So that's the best advice that I can give you right now, and that's free. So, Mr. Finn, how about your advice?
Okay, well, yeah, I kind of already shared a lot of what I think that can be effective. I'm going to do a shameless plug. I suggest you guys watch, or anybody who's interested, watch my last 2 lives I did, because I broke down what I think are some of the best things you can do to start conversations, to get engaged with people. The one I did 2 weeks ago, I focused a lot about how you can develop confidence, because I know it doesn't come easily to a lot of people. And to me, that is crucial. Confidence is more attractive than actual physical beauty. Like I told you, you come into a room, if someone's confident, it's going to attract attention. So when it comes to engaging, communicating, and talking to people, what I often say is, well, obviously, first you want to introduce yourself, and say hi, whoever it is. But then the best way to do it, and I talked about this in my video last night, ask questions, ask open-ended questions, the who, what, where, whens, whys, and hows. And make it about the other person. And then it shows the other person that you're interested in them. People most of the time like to talk about themselves anyways. You want to get to know the person. You want the person to feel comfortable. And you can get a good feel like, okay, this person just doesn't fit with me, and then you can kind of figure out a way to get out of it. But communication is an art. Conversation, it's an art. You got to practice at it. You got to do it, but you could only do that by doing it, getting yourself out there. And that's what goes back to the idea of building, developing your confidence, because I can't emphasize that enough. You'll probably lose a lot of opportunities if you don't have that confidence. So dating in clown world, you got to engage, you got to talk, ask questions. Questions are some of the best ways to communicate, but don't just ask questions, but listen. That's an important feature that a lot of people just don't know how to do anymore. A lot of people, I think, they're so used to debating because of this cancel culture and social media and Twitter and Facebook. Debate. You want to argue? No. Ask questions, get to the person and listen. Because when you listen, you pay attention to what the other person's saying, you can think of other questions to ask and have a lovely night. Like Tony said, unless you only want sex, okay, then just work towards it. But the idea is to just get to know someone and establish relationships. Put your phone down. Unless you're watching my videos or Tony's videos or Nutshot's videos, then you can go ahead and watch it. But put it down. Engage with people. And that would be my advice. And yeah, if you ever have any questions or doubts, you can reach out. I will let you know what I.
And Mr. Finn, I mean, realistically, you are a communication expert. That's what you do.
I wouldn't say I am an expert, but I try my best.
Yeah, and I think you do a great job. Paul, how about you? Dating in clown world in 2021.
I guess to give a piece of general advice that anyone can use, to kind of start with like an anecdote. I remember I was talking to my dad a long time ago, and he was telling me about how, like, when he was younger and like during college and most of his youth, he wasn't able to find a girlfriend. And then he's like, how I found your wife or your mom? And I was like, like, how did you find her? And he's like, well, I just stopped caring.
Yeah.
And then I was able, that in itself is an attractive quality. You don't want to push this you don't want to have this vibe that is your main intent in life, is finding a girlfriend. You need to also, and you can't fake that either. So you can't just hear that piece of advice and be like, okay, I'll act like I don't care, when you really do care, because that still shows through, that peeks through. And there's only so long that you're going to be able to actually hold that persona. So have something in your life that is actually extremely meaningful to you and that you center your life around. Anyone who knows me knows exactly what I think you should base your life around. But I think if you are a person who's on a mission for God, that will make you an automatically more attractive man. And not just speaking purely for dating, but that'll help you with everything. But I think that is one of the most attractive qualities about anyone, is if their life is based around true meaning. And so, yeah.
Awesome. You know what, guys? That came from a 19-year-old. So that's quality stuff. So.
And he's right, because that's exactly what happened to me. I started 2014 not caring. 25 days later, I met my actual wife nowadays, and I wasn't caring at the time. That's solid advice right there.
That's one of the definitions of indifference. So, but let's go to Marty. Nutshots.
Oh, so I'll be quick. My advice is be able to walk away, keep a masculine frame, like don't agree, just be yourself, be true to yourself, be who you are. It's truly the key to happiness, and be able to walk away. And practice. If you're not used to dating, practice. Go to Mr. Finn's website, try the tongue twisters, try the confidence stuff. Learn how to speak. And just practice body language. You can flirt without being sexual. And the thing I want to take away the most is don't be an over nice guy. Be a good person. Don't be a pig. Don't be nasty to women, even if they turn you down. You know, she did you a favor. She didn't waste your time further. She ended it right there. But be able to walk away, because if you see red flags and you still go forward, the minute it's a problem, just walk away and love yourself, and that's it. And the rest of the stuff you'll learn on experience and watching streams like this, and not paying for advice, you know. But yeah, see Mr. Finn's website and learn how to communicate.
What's your website, Mr. Finn?
It's my YouTube channel.
Oh.
I do a tongue twister every week because I think tongue twisters are a great way to just help people to articulate and enunciate your words better. I think too many people don't really know how to talk anymore, you know, and I just like it. I try to make it fun, you know, learning and how to speak and stuff fun. So thanks, Marty.
I think you had a thing about, like, I was using the wrong words. I caught myself in one of your videos because I just play it in the background while I'm at work. I'm using like the word to and from off, like it's from and something else. And I was like, you know what? And I write contracts for a living. And I'm like, how do I not know this when I speak? And it happens. It was pretty cool, and I liked it. I like your channel. I'm storming through too many videos, though.
That's okay. I appreciate it. And the funny thing is, when I started, I was aiming more towards English learners and people who like English teachers to simplify their lessons. And then as I've been progressing, I'm realizing that even natives to the English language actually do need some clarification on some things. And you know, I appreciate what Tony said. I don't consider myself an expert in the least, but I do have the gift of gab. I'm naturally confident and I have an experience in acting and stuff as a kid. And in life, I've been thrown in so many different situations where I don't know anybody. So I've had to learn how to engage. So I just try to take what I've learned in my own life, plus my experience in teaching the language the last 10 years. It's amazing how much you learn. And so it's amazing how much I've analyzed my own language by teaching it, that I'm just trying to apply that to just help anyone to be better communicators. Because what worries me nowadays is, like we saw with Mr. Blood Cart person, all these people and behind screens and on keyboards, and they're so quick to speak, but they don't think before they speak, and they don't use the appropriate language because words have meaning. And it's our job when we're speaking to encode the message where our listener, the audience, can decode it, you know. So I appreciate it.
Well, awesome, guys. I think we'll end this stream shortly. I want to thank everybody that was in the chat tonight. I see, what is it? SH is kind of new. He's probably been listening. Peg Bell, Anthony Velasquez, Al, of course, Peekaboo. I see Nutshots, you're in there too. But we appreciate everybody, man, in the chat. I'm sure I missed a few people. Vigo, for sure. Jared, of course, Jared Mesa, who is I see he's a new mod on 21 Studios. Awesome, brother. Good for you, man. But I thank everybody for coming in tonight and spending almost 4 hours. Well, over 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah. This is usually a short stream, but tonight it was a long one. So, but I think it was necessary. So we had our troll for the evening, and it is what it is. But anyways, you guys go ahead and like, subscribe, share all the videos on my channel. You can find me, if anybody wants to reach out to me, direct message me on Twitter or Instagram at T21Surfer. That's T as in Tony, 21 Surfer on Instagram or Twitter. You can also find me Anchor, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcast, Lifestyle Philosophies with Tony Bruno. Those are all conversations and interviews I've had with all sorts of lifestyle coaches and dating coaches, but check it out. Like, subscribe, share, and donate if you want to. It's down at the bottom in the description of the video. There's a donation area that you want to donate. If not, also get some tactical soap, man. Use my coupon code KING and get a nice discount. So, Mr. Finn, how can everybody find you?
English with Mr. Finn, both Instagram and YouTube. I have a Facebook. I'm not active on it, but what I post on Instagram does go to Facebook as well. And when I do go live, I do stream it both on YouTube and Facebook, and I'm trying to go weekly as well. Bruno, Tony, you've been a great inspiration in that aspect. Now that I have a new home and an office that I can actually work from, I'm trying to go live every Tuesday just to engage with people, things that I want to talk about. Lately, I've been trying to work on this communication aspect, confidence, trying to help people figure out how you can develop it, because even though if you're not a natural at it, you can learn to be confident. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of emphasis right now on looks and your body and stuff, but that stuff's going to fade. So people should try to start focusing on what's inside, like who you are, because that is what's going to last a much longer than your external beauty. And it's a lot cheaper. So English with Mr. Finn, Instagram, YouTube, reach out. I'm there to help. I'm trying to do my best to make you better.
Thanks. We appreciate that, man. Awesome. Everybody get to his channel and follow him, please. And then we're going to go to Marty Nutshots, man, which is the greatest new channel on YouTube, man. It's about Tinder dating. It's a completely different take, dating apps than you've ever seen before.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot of people are. I think you're going to be I think it's going to be a quick grow for you on your YouTube.
I hope so. It's growing well. It's almost at 250 subscribers, but I get these spikes every new video. I get a huge spike, but I'm doing it for fun. And my actually enjoyment on YouTube is the live streams with Tony, 21 Studios, and talking with you guys. I actually find that more fun than my channel, believe it or not.
Well, we appreciate you, man, and your input, man, since day one has been great. Again, for me to put, your video in my community so people follow you, because I found it interesting. I found it a great take on dating apps and dating, which it was just a different, informative, entertaining point of view. So,
thank you.
Yeah, incredible. So, and Paul, nobody wants to find you.
Well, I don't have anything to share just yet, but I do have an essay that I'm writing at the moment about a book, and I'll be making a video about that and posting it on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
I'm going to be making fairly soon. So when that drops, I will definitely share that when I'm on the podcast. So
awesome, man. Good. Yeah, everybody's progressing here is what I noticed, and that's what I like. I think that these collabs are very important for our community. When I say our community, it's a community of men that have ideas. We have ideas, and we have content that we want to promote, and I think that's important. You all are part of the Manosphere, whether you believe it or not. So, and when I say that, it's the umbrella of men that have their ideas that they want to get out there, and I appreciate that. So, Vigo says, when is the next live? That's Saturday night live stream, 9 p.m. EST. So join us, man. You guys are all welcome to come on the live stream. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. So we're going to end this. Appreciate everybody. And we'll see you Saturday night, 9 p.m., Saturday Night Live. Cheers.